Chapter 1 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 1. When civil dudgeon first grew high, and men fell out, they knew not why. When foul words, jealousies, and fears set folk together by the ears. Butler. William, the conqueror of England, was, or supposed himself to be, the father of a certain William Peveril, who attended him to the battle of Hastings, and there distinguished himself. The liberal-minded monarch, who assumed in his charters the veritable title of Julimus Bastardus, was not likely to let his son's illegitimacy be any bar to the course of his royal favour. When the laws of England were issued from the mouth of the Norman victor, and the lands of the Saxons were at his unlimited disposal, William Peveril obtained a liberal grant of property and lordships in Derbyshire, and became the erector of that Gothic fortress, which, hanging over the mouth of the Devil's Cavern, so well known to tourists, gives the name of Castleton to the adjacent village. From this feudal baron, who chose his nest upon the principles on which an eagle selects her eyrie, and built it in such a fashion as if he had intended it, as an Irishman said of the Martello Towers, for the sole purpose of puzzling posterity, there was, or conceived themselves to be, descended, for their pedigree was rather hypothetical, an opulent family of knightly rank, in the same county of Derby, the great fief of Castleton, with its adjacent wastes and forests, and all the wonders which they contain, had been forfeited in King John's stormy days by one William Peveril, and had been granted anew to the Lord Farers of that day. Yet this William's descendants, though no longer possessed of what they alleged to have been their original property, were long distinguished by the proud title of Peverils of the Peak, which served to mark their high descent and lofty pretensions. In Charles II's time, the representative of this ancient family was Sir Geoffrey Peveril, a man who had many of the ordinary attributes of an old-fashioned country gentleman, and very few individual traits to distinguish him from the general portrait of that worthy class of mankind. He was proud of small advantages, angry at small disappointments, incapable of forming any resolution or opinion abstracted from his own prejudices. He was proud of his birth, lavish in his housekeeping, convivial with those kindred and acquaintances who would allow his superiority in rank, contentious and quarrelsome with all that crossed his pretensions, kind to the poor, except when they plundered his game, a royalist in his political opinions, and one who detested alike a Roundhead, a poacher, and a Presbyterian. In religion, Sir Geoffrey was a high churchman, of so exalted a strain that many thought he still nourished in private the Roman Catholic tenets, which his family had only renounced in his father's time, and that he had a dispensation for conforming in outward observances to the Protestant faith. There was at least such a scandal amongst the Puritans, and the influence which Sir Geoffrey Peveril certainly appeared to possess amongst the Catholic gentlemen of Derbyshire and Cheshire seemed to give countenance to the rumour. Such was Sir Geoffrey, who might have passed to his grave without further distinction than a brass plate in the chancel, had he not lived in times which forced the most inactive spirits into exertion, as a tempest influences the sluggish waters of the deadest mere. When the civil wars broke out, Peveril of the Peak, proud from pedigree and brave by constitution, raised a regiment for the king, and showed upon several occasions more capacity for command than men had heretofore given him credit for. Even in the midst of the civic turmoil, he fell in love with and married a beautiful and amiable young lady of the noble house of Stanley, and from that time had the more merit in his loyalty, as it divorced him from her society, unless at very brief intervals, when his duty permitted an occasional visit to his home. Scorning to be allured from his military duty by domestic inducements, Peveril of the Peak fought on for several rough years of civil war, and performed his part with sufficient gallantry until his regiment was surprised and cut to pieces by Points, Cromwell's enterprising and successful general of cavalry. The defeated Cavalier escaped from the field of battle, and, like a true descendant of William the Conqueror, disdaining submission, threw himself into his own castellated mansion, which was attacked and defended in a siege of that irregular kind which caused the destruction of so many baronial residences during the course of those unhappy wars. Martindale Castle, after having suffered severely from the cannon which Cromwell himself brought against it, was at length surrendered, when in the last extremity. Sir Geoffrey himself became a prisoner, and while his liberty was only restored upon a promise of remaining a peaceful subject to the Commonwealth in future, his former delinquencies, as they were termed by the ruling party, were severely punished by fine and sequestration. But neither his forced promise nor the fear of farther unpleasant consequences to his person or property could prevent Peveril of the Peak from joining the gallant Earl of Derby the night before the fatal engagement in Wigan Lane, where the Earl's forces were dispersed. Sir Geoffrey, having had his share in that action, escaped with the relics of the Royalists after the defeat to join Charles II. He witnessed also the final defeat of Worcestershire, where he was a second time made prisoner, and as, in the opinion of Cromwell and the language of the times, he was regarded as an obstinate malignant, he was in great danger of having shared with the Earl of Derby his execution at Bolton le Moor, having partaken with him the dangers of two actions. But Sir Geoffrey's life was preserved by the interest of a friend who possessed influence in the councils of Oliver. This was a Mr. Bridgenorth, a gentleman of middling quality, whose father had been successful in some commercial adventure during the peaceful reign of James I, and who had bequeathed his son a considerable sum of money, in addition to the moderate patrimony which he inherited from his father. The substantial, though small-sized, brick building of Moultracy Hall was but 2 miles distant from Martindale Castle, and the young Bridgenorth attended the same school with the heir of the Peverils. A sort of companionship, if not intimacy, took place betwixt them, which continued during their youthful sports, the rather that Bridgenorth, though he did not at heart admit Sir Geoffrey's claims of superiority to the extent which the other's vanity would have exacted, paid deference in a reasonable degree to the representative of a family so much more ancient and important than his own, without conceiving that he in any respect degraded himself by doing so. Mr. Bridgenorth did not, however, carry his complaisance so far as to embrace Sir Geoffrey's side during this civil war. On the contrary, as an active justice of the peace, he rendered much assistance in arraying the militia in the cause of the Parliament, and for some time held a military commission in that service. This was partly owing to his religious principles, for he was a zealous Presbyterian, partly to his political ideas, which, without being absolutely democratical, favoured the popular side of the great national question. Besides, he was a moneyed man, and to a certain extent had a shrewd eye to his worldly interest. He understood how to improve the opportunities which civil war afforded of advancing his fortune by a dexterous use of his capital, and he was not at a loss to perceive that these were likely to be obtained in joining the Parliament. While the king's cause, as it was managed, held out nothing to the wealthy but a course of exaction and compulsory loans. For these reasons, Bridgenorth became a decided Roundhead, and all friendly communication betwixt his neighbour and him was abruptly broken asunder. This was done with the less acrimony that during the Civil War Sir Geoffrey was almost constantly in the field, following the vacillating and unhappy fortunes of his master, while Major Bridgenorth, who soon renounced active military service, resided chiefly in London, and only occasionally visited the Hall. Upon these visits, it was with great pleasure he received the intelligence that Lady Peveril had shown much kindness to Mrs. Bridgenorth, and had actually given her and her family shelter in Martindale Castle, when Moultracy Hall was threatened with pillage by a body of Prince Rupert's ill-disciplined cavaliers. This acquaintance had been matured by frequent walks together, which the vicinity of their places of residence suffered the Lady Peveril to have with Mrs. Bridgenorth, who deemed herself much honoured in being thus admitted into the society of so distinguished a lady. Major Bridgenorth heard of this growing intimacy with great pleasure, and he determined to repay the obligation as far as he could without much hurt to himself, by interfering with all his influence in behalf of her unfortunate husband. It was chiefly owing to Major Bridgenorth's mediation that Sir Geoffrey's life was saved after the Battle of Worcester. He obtained him permission to compound for his estate on easier terms than many who had been less obstinate in malignancy, and finally, when in order to raise the money to the composition, the knight was obliged to sell a considerable portion of his patrimony, Major Bridgenorth became the purchaser, and that at a larger price than had been paid to any cavalier under such circumstances by a member of the Committee for Sequestrations. It is true the prudent committee man did not by any means lose sight of his own interest in the transaction, for the price was after all very moderate, and the property lay adjacent to Moultracy Hall, the value of which was at least trebled by the acquisition. But then it was also true that the unfortunate owner must have submitted to much worse conditions had the committee man used, as others did, the full advantages which his situation gave him. And Bridgenorth took credit to himself, and received it from others, for having, on this occasion, fairly sacrificed his interest to his liberality. Sir Geoffrey Peveril was of the same opinion, and the rather that Mr. Bridgenorth seemed to bear his exultation with great moderation, and was disposed to show him personally the same deference in his present sunshine of prosperity, which he had exhibited formerly in their early acquaintance. It is but justice to Major Bridgenorth to observe that in this conduct he paid respect as much to the misfortunes as to the pretensions of his far descended neighbour, and that with the frank generosity of a blunt Englishman, he conceded points of ceremony about which he himself was indifferent, merely because he saw that his doing so gave pleasure to Sir Geoffrey. Peveril of the Peak did justice to his neighbour's delicacy, in consideration of which he forgot many things. He forgot that Major Bridgenorth was already in possession of a fair third of his estate, and had various pecuniary claims affecting the remainder, to the extent of 1/3 more. He endeavoured even to forget, what it was still more difficult not to remember, the altered situation in which they and their mansions now stood to each other. Before the Civil War, the superb battlements and turrets of Martindale Castle looked down on the red brick built hall as it stole out from the green plantations, just as an oak in Martindale Chase would have looked beside one of the stunted and formal young beech trees with which Bridgenorth had graced his avenue. But after the siege which we have commemorated, the enlarged and augmented hall was as much predominant in the landscape over the shattered and blackened ruins of the castle, of which only one wing was left habitable, as the youthful beech, in all its vigour of shoot and bud, would appear to the same aged oak, stripped of its boughs, and rifted by lightning, one half laid in shivers on the ground, and the other remaining a blackened and ungraceful trunk, rent and splintered, and without either life or leaves. Sir Geoffrey could not but feel that the situation and prospects were exchanged as disadvantageously for himself as the appearance of their mansions, and that though the authority of the man in office under the Parliament, the sequestrator, and the committee man, had been only exerted for the protection of the Cavalier and the malignant, they would have been as effectual if applied to procure his utter ruin, and that he was become a client, while his neighbour was elevated into a patron. There were two considerations, besides the necessity of the case and the constant advice of his lady, which enabled Peveril of the Peak to endure with some patience this state of degradation. The first was, that the politics of Major Bridgenorth began, on many points, to assimilate themselves to his own. As a Presbyterian, he was not an utter enemy to monarchy, and had been considerably shocked at the unexpected trial and execution of the king. As a civilian and a man of property, he feared the domination of the military, and though he wished not to see Charles restored by force of arms, yet he arrived at the conclusion that to bring back the heir of the royal family on such terms of composition as might ensure the protection of those popular immunities and privileges for which the Long Parliament had at first contended, would be the surest and most desirable termination to the mutations in state affairs which had agitated Britain. Indeed, the Major's ideas on this point approached so nearly those of his neighbour, that he had well nigh suffered Sir Geoffrey, who had a finger in almost all the conspiracies of the royalists, to involve him in the unfortunate rising of Penruddock and Groves in the west, in which many of the Presbyterian interest, as well as the Cavalier party, were engaged; and though his habitual prudence eventually kept him out of this and other dangers, Major Bridgenorth was considered during the last years of Cromwell's domination and the interregnum which succeeded, as a disaffected person to the Commonwealth, and a favourer of Charles Stuart. But besides this approximation to the same political opinions, another bond of intimacy united the families of the castle and the hall. Major Bridgenorth, fortunately, and eminently so, in all his worldly transactions, was visited by severe and reiterated misfortunes, in his family, and became in this particular an object of compassion to his poorer and more decayed neighbour. Betwixt the breaking out of the Civil War and the Restoration, he lost successively a family of no less than 6 children, apparently through a delicacy of constitution, which cut off the little prattlers at the early age when they most wind themselves round the heart of the parents. In the beginning of the year 1658, Major Bridgenorth was childless. Ere it ended, he had a daughter, indeed, but her birth was purchased by the death of an affectionate wife, whose constitution had been exhausted by maternal grief, and by the anxious and harrowing reflection that from her the children they had lost derived that delicacy of health which proved unable to undergo the tear and wear of existence. The same voice which told Bridgenorth that he was the father of a living child, it was the friendly voice of Lady Peveril, communicated to him the melancholy intelligence that he was no longer a husband. The feelings of Major Bridgenorth were strong and deep, rather than hasty and vehement, and his grief assumed the form of a sullen stupor, from which neither the friendly remonstrances of Sir Geoffrey, who did not fail to be with his neighbour at this distressing conjuncture, even though he knew he must meet the Presbyterian pastor, nor the ghastly exhortations of this latter person, were able to rouse the unfortunate widower. At length Lady Peveril, with the ready invention of a female sharped by the sight of distress and the feelings of sympathy, tried on the sufferer one of those experiments by which grief is often awakened from despondency into tears. She placed in Bridgenorth's arms the infant whose birth had cost him so dear, and conjured him to remember that his Alice was not yet dead, since she survived in the helpless child she had left to his paternal care. "Take her away, take her away," said the unhappy man, and they were the first words he had spoken. "Let me not look on her. It is but another blossom that has bloomed to fade, and the tree that bore it will never flourish more." He almost threw the child into Lady Peveril's arms, placed his hands before his face, and wept aloud. Lady Peveril did not say, "Be comforted," but she ventured to promise that the blossom should ripen to fruit. "Never, never," said Bridgenorth. "Take the unhappy child away, and let me only know when I shall wear black for her. Wear black!" he exclaimed, interrupting himself. "What other colour shall I wear during the remainder of my life?" "I will take the child for a season," said Lady Peveril, "since the sight of her is so painful to you, and the little Alice shall share the nursery of our Julian, until it shall be pleasure and not pain for you to look on her." "That hour will never come," said the unhappy father. "Her doom is written. She will follow the rest. God's will be done. Lady, I thank you. I trust her to your care, and I thank God that my eye shall not see her dying agonies." Without detaining the reader's attention longer on this painful theme, it is enough to say that the Lady Peveril did undertake the duties of a mother to the little orphan, and perhaps it was owing, in a great measure, to her judicious treatment of the infant, that its feeble hold of life was preserved, since the glimmering spark might probably have been altogether smothered, had it, like the Major's former children, undergone the over-care and over-nursing of a mother rendered nervously cautious and anxious by so many successive losses. The lady was the more ready to undertake this charge, that she herself had lost 2 infant children, and that she attributed the preservation of the third, now a fine healthy child of 3 years old, to Julian's being subjected to rather a different course of diet and treatment than was then generally practised. She resolved to follow the same regimen with the little orphan, which she had observed in the case of her own boy, and it was equally successful. By a more sparing use of medicine, by a bolder admission of fresh air, by a firm yet cautious attention to encourage rather than to supersede the exertions of nature, the puny infant, under the care of an excellent nurse, gradually improved in strength and in liveliness. Sir Geoffrey, like most men of his frank and good-natured disposition, was naturally fond of children, and so much compassionated the sorrows of his neighbour that he entirely forgot his being a Presbyterian, until it became necessary that the infant should be christened by a teacher of that persuasion. This was a trying case. The father seemed incapable of giving direction, and that the threshold of Martindale Castle should be violated by the heretical step of a dissenting clergyman was a matter of horror to its orthodox owner. He had seen the famous Hugh Peters, with a Bible in one hand and a pistol in the other, ride in triumph through the court door when Martindale was surrendered, and the bitterness of that hour had entered like iron into his soul. Yet such was Lady Peveril's influence over the prejudices of her husband, that he was induced to connive at the ceremony taking place in a remote garden house, which was not properly within the precincts of the castle wall. The lady even dared to be present while the ceremony was performed by the Reverend Master Solsgrace, who had once preached a sermon of 3 hours' length before the House of Commons, upon a Thanksgiving occasion after the relief of Exeter. Sir Geoffrey Peveril took care to be absent the whole day from the castle, and it was only from the great interest which he took in the washing, perfuming, and as it were purification of the summer house, that it could have been guessed he knew anything of what had taken place in it. But whatever prejudices the good knight might entertain against his neighbour's form of religion, they did not in any way influence his feelings towards him as a sufferer under severe affliction. The mode in which he showed his sympathy was rather singular, but exactly suited the character of both, and the terms on which they stood with each other. Morning after morning, the good baronet made Moultracy Hall the termination of his walk or ride, and said a single word of kindness as he passed. Sometimes he entered the old parlour, where the proprietor sat in solitary wretchedness and despondency, but more frequently, for Sir Geoffrey did not pretend to great talents of conversation, he paused on the terrace, and stopping or halting his horse by the latticed window, said aloud to the melancholy inmate, "How is it with you, Master Bridgenorth?" The knight would never acknowledge his neighbour's military rank of major. "I just looked in to bid you keep a good heart, man, and to tell you that Julian is well, and little Alice is well, and all are well at Martindale Castle." A deep sigh, sometimes coupled with "I thank you, Sir Geoffrey, my grateful duty waits on Lady Peveril," was generally Bridgenorth's only answer, but the news was received on the one part with the kindness which was designed upon the other. It gradually became less painful and more interesting. The lattice window was never closed, nor was the leathern easy-chair which stood next to it ever empty, when the usual hour of the baronet's momentary visit approached. At length, the expectation of that passing minute became the pivot upon which the thoughts of poor Bridgenorth turned during all the rest of the day. Most men have known the influence of such brief but ruling moments at some period of their lives. The moment when a lover passes the window of his mistress, the moment when the epicure hears the dinner bell, is that into which is crowded the whole interest of the day. The hours which precede it are spent in anticipation, the hours which follow in reflection on what has passed, and fancy, dwelling on each brief circumstance, gives to seconds the duration of minutes, to minutes that of hours. Thus seated in his lonely chair, Bridgenorth could catch at a distance the stately step of Sir Geoffrey, or the heavy tramp of his war-horse, Black Hastings, which had borne him in many an action. He could hear the hum of "The King shall enjoy his own again," or the habitual whistle of Cuckolds and Roundheads, die unto reverential silence as the knight approached the mansion of affliction, and then came the strong hale voice of the huntsman soldier with its usual greeting. By degrees the communication became something more protracted, as Major Bridgenorth's grief, like all human feelings, lost its overwhelming violence, and permitted him to attend in some degree to what passed around him, to discharge various duties which pressed upon him, and to give a share of attention to the situation of the country, distracted as it was by the contending factions, whose strife only terminated in the Restoration. Still, however, though slowly recovering from the effects of the shock which he had sustained, Major Bridgenorth felt himself as yet unable to make up his mind to the effort necessary to see his infant. And though separated by so short a distance from the being in whose existence he was more interested than anything the world afforded, he only made himself acquainted with the windows of the apartment where little Alice was lodged, and was often observed to watch them from the terrace as they brightened in the evening under the influence of the setting sun. In truth, though a strong-minded man in most respects, he was unable to lay aside the gloomy impression that this remaining pledge of affection was soon to be conveyed to that grave which had already devoured all besides that was dear to him, and he awaited in miserable suspense the moment when he should hear that symptoms of the fatal malady had begun to show themselves. The voice of Peveril continued to be that of a comforter until the month of April 1660, when it suddenly assumed a new and different tone. The King shall enjoy his own again, far from ceasing as the hasty tread of Black Hastings came up the avenue, bore burden to the clatter of his hoofs on the paved courtyard, as Sir Geoffrey sprang from his great war saddle, now once more garnished with pistols of 2 feet in length, and armed with steel cap, back and breast, with a truncheon in his hand. He rushed into the apartment of the astonished Major, with his eyes sparkling and his cheek inflamed, while he called out, "Up, up, neighbour! No time now to mope in the chimney corner. Where is your buff coat and broadsword, man? Take the true side once in your life, and mend past mistakes. The King is all lenity, man, all royal nature and mercy. I will get your full pardon." "What means all this?" said Bridgenorth. "Is all well with you? All well at Martindale Castle, Sir Geoffrey?" "Well as you could wish them, Alice and Julian and all. But I have news worth 20 of that. Monk has declared at London against those stinking scoundrels, the Rump. Fairfax is up in Yorkshire for the King. For the King, man. Churchmen, Presbyterians, and all are in buff and bandolier for King Charles. I have a letter from Fairfax to secure Derby and Chesterfield with all the men I can make. Damn him! Fine that I should take orders from him, but never mind that. All are friends now, and you and I, good neighbour, will charge abreast, as good neighbours should. See there, read, 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 and then boot and saddle in an instant. Hey for Cavaliers, ho for Cavaliers, pray for Cavaliers, dub-a-dub, dub-a-dub, have at old Beelzebub, Oliver shakes in his beer. After thundering forth this elegant effusion of loyal enthusiasm, the sturdy Cavalier's heart became too full. He threw himself on a seat, and exclaiming, "Did ever I think to live to see this happy day?" He wept to his own surprise as much as to that of Bridgenorth. Upon considering the crisis in which the country was placed, it appeared to Major Bridgenorth, as it had done to Fairfax and other leaders of the Presbyterian party, that their frank embracing of the royal interest was the wisest and most patriotic measure which they could adopt in the circumstances, when all ranks and classes of men were seeking refuge from the uncertainty and varied oppression attending the repeated contests between the factions of Westminster Hall and of Wallingford House. Accordingly, he joined with Sir Geoffrey, with less enthusiasm indeed, but with equal sincerity, taking such measures as seemed proper to secure their part of the country on the King's behalf, which was done as effectually and peaceably as in other parts of England. The neighbours were both at Chesterfield when news arrived that the King had landed in England, and Sir Geoffrey instantly announced his purpose of waiting upon his Majesty even before his return to the castle of Martindale. "Who knows, neighbour," he said, "whether Sir Geoffrey Peveril will ever return to Martindale? Titles must be going amongst them yonder, and I have deserved something among the rest. Lord Peveril would sound well. Or stay, Earl of Martindale. No, not of Martindale, Earl of the Peak. Meanwhile, trust your affairs to me. I will see you secured. I would you had been no Presbyterian, neighbour. A knighthood, I mean a knight bachelor, not a knight baronet, would have served your turn well." "I leave these things to my betters, Sir Geoffrey," said the Major, "and desire nothing so earnestly as to find all well at Martindale when I return." You will find them all well," said the Baronet. "Julian, Alice, Lady Peveril, and all of them. Bear my commendations to them, and kiss them all, neighbour, Lady Peveril and all. You may kiss a countess when I come back. All will go well with you, now you are turned honest man." "I always meant to be so, Sir Geoffrey," said Bridgenorth calmly. "Well, no offence meant," said the knight. "All is well now. So you to Moultrassy Hall, and I to Whitehall. Said I well? Aha! So ho, mine host, a stoup of Canary to the King's health ere we get to horse. I forgot, neighbour, you drink no healths." "I wish the King's health as sincerely as if I drank a gallon to it," replied the Major, "and I wish you, Sir Geoffrey, all success on your journey, and a safe return." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 2. Why then we will have bellowing of beeves, broaching of barrels, brandishing of spigots. Blood shall flow freely, but it shall be gore of herds and flocks, and venison and poultry, joined to the brave heart's blood of John a Barleycorn. Old play. Whatever rewards Charles might have condescended to bestow in acknowledgment of the sufferings and loyalty of Peveril of the Peak, he had none in his disposal equal to the pleasure which Providence had reserved for Bridgenorth on his return to Derbyshire. The exertion to which he had been summoned had had the usual effect of restoring to a certain extent the activity and energy of his character, and he felt it would be unbecoming to relapse into the state of lethargic melancholy from which it had roused him. Time also had its usual effect in mitigating the subjects of his regret, and when he had passed one day at the Hall, in regretting that he could not expect the indirect news of his daughter's health, which Sir Geoffrey used to communicate in his almost daily call, he reflected that it would be in every respect becoming that he should pay a personal visit at Martindale Castle, carry thither the remembrances of the night to his lady, assure her of his health, and satisfy himself respecting that of his daughter. He armed himself for the worst. He called to recollection the thin cheeks, faded eye, wasted hand, pallid lip, which had marked the decaying health of all his former infants. "I shall see," he said, "these signs of mortality once more. I shall once more see a beloved being to whom I have given birth, gliding to the grave which ought to enclose me long before her. No matter, it is unmanly to long to shrink from that which must be. God's will be done." He went accordingly on the subsequent morning to Martindale Castle, and gave the lady the welcome assurances of her husband's safety, and of his hopes of preferment. "For the first, may Almighty God be praised," said the Lady Peveril, "and be the other as our gracious and restored sovereign may will it. We are great enough for our means, and have means sufficient for contentment, though not for splendour. And now I see, good Master Bridgenorth, the folly of putting faith in idle presentiments of evil. So often had Sir Geoffrey's repeated attempts in favour of the Stuarts led him into new misfortunes, that when the other morning I saw him once more dressed in his fatal armour, and heard the sound of his trumpet, which had been so long silent, it seemed to me as if I saw his shroud, and heard his death knell. I say this to you, good neighbour, the rather because I fear your own mind has been harassed with anticipations of impending calamity, which it may please God to avert in your case, as it has done in mine, and here comes a sight which bears good assurance of it." The door of the apartment opened as she spoke, and two lovely children entered. The eldest, Julian Peveril, a fine boy betwixt 4 and 5 years old, led in his hand, with an air of dignified support and attention, a little girl of 18 months, who rolled and tottered along, keeping herself with difficulty upright by the assistance of her elder, stronger, and masculine companion. Bridgenorth cast a hasty and fearful glance upon the countenance of his daughter, and even in that glimpse perceived, with exquisite delight, that his fears were unfounded. He caught her in his arms, pressed her to his heart, and the child, though at first alarmed at the vehemence of his caresses, presently, as if prompted by nature, smiled in reply to them. Again he held her at some distance from him, and examined her more attentively. He satisfied himself that the complexion of the young cherub he had in his arms was not the hectic tinge of disease, but the clear hue of ruddy health, and that though her little frame was slight, it was firm and springy. "I did not think that it could have been thus," he said, looking to Lady Peveril, who had sat observing the scene with great pleasure. "But praise be to God in the first instance, and next, Thanks to you, madam, who have been his instrument. Julian must lose his playfellow now, I suppose, said the lady, but the hall is not distant, and I will see my little charge often. Dame Martha, the housekeeper at Moultracy, has sense, and is careful. I will tell her the rules I have observed with little Alice, and God forbid my girl should ever come to Moultracy, said Major Bridgenorth hastily. It has been the grave of her race. The air of the low grounds suited them not, or there is perhaps a fate connected with the mansion. I will seek for her some other place of abode. That you shall not, under your favour be it spoken, Major Bridgenorth, answered the lady. If you do so, we must suppose that you are undervaluing my qualities as a nurse. If she does not go to her father's house, she shall not quit mine. I will keep the little lady as a pledge of her safety and my own skill, and since you are afraid of the damp of the low grounds, I hope you will come here frequently to visit her. This was a proposal which went to the heart of Major Bridgenorth. It was precisely the point which he would have given worlds to arrive at, but which he saw no chance of attaining. It is too well known that those whose families are long pursued by such a fatal disease as existed in his, become, it may be said, superstitious respecting its fatal effects, and ascribe to place, circumstance, and individual care much more perhaps than these can in any case contribute to avert the fatality of constitutional distemper. Lady Peveril was aware that this was peculiarly the impression of her neighbour, that the depression of his spirits, the excess of his care, the feverishness of his apprehensions, the restraint and gloom of the solitude in which he dwelt, were really calculated to produce the evil which most of all he dreaded. She pitied him, she felt for him, she was grateful for former protection received at his hands. She had become interested in the child itself. What female fails to feel such interest in the helpless creature she has tended? And to sum the whole up, the dame had a share of human vanity, and being a sort of Lady Bountiful in her way, for the character was not then confined to the old and the foolish, she was proud of the skill by which she had averted the probable attacks of hereditary malady, so inveterate in the family of Bridgenorth. It needed not, perhaps, in other cases, that so many reasons should be assigned for an act of neighbourly humanity. But civil war had so lately torn the country asunder, and broken all the usual ties of vicinage and good neighbourhood, that it was unusual to see them preserved among persons of different political opinions. Major Bridgenorth himself felt this, and while the tear of joy in his eye showed how gladly he would accept Lady Peveril's proposal, he could not help stating the obvious inconveniences attendant upon her scheme, though it was in the tone of one who would gladly hear them overruled. "Madam," he said, "your kindness makes me the happiest and most thankful of men, but can it be consistent with your own convenience? Sir Geoffrey has his opinions on many points, which have differed and probably do still differ from mine. He is high-born, and I of middling parentage only. He uses the church service, and I the catechism of the Assembly of Divines at Westminster. I hope you will find prescribed in neither of them, said the Lady Peveril, that I may not be a mother to your motherless child. I trust, Master Bridgenorth, the joyful restoration of his Majesty, a work wrought by the direct hand of Providence, may be the means of closing and healing all civil and religious dissensions among us, and that instead of showing the superior purity of our faith by persecuting those who think otherwise from ourselves on doctrinal points, we shall endeavor to show its real Christian tendency by emulating each other in actions of goodwill towards man, as the best way of showing our love to God. Your ladyship speaks what your own kind heart dictates, answered Bridgenorth, who had his own share of the narrow-mindedness of the time, and sure am I that if all who call themselves loyalists and cavaliers thought like you, and like my friend Sir Geoffrey, this he added after a moment's pause, being perhaps rather complimentary than sincere, we who thought it our duty in time past to take arms for freedom of conscience and against arbitrary power, might now sit down in peace and contentment. But I wot not how it may fall. You have sharp and hot spirits amongst you. I will not say our power was always moderately used, and revenge is sweet to the race of fallen Adam. Come, Master Bridgenorth, said the Lady Peveril gaily, those evil omenings do but point out conclusions, which, unless they were so anticipated, are most unlikely to come to pass. You know what Shakespeare says, to fly the boar before the boar pursues, were to incense the boar to follow us, and make pursuit when he did mean no chase. But I crave your pardon, it is so long since we have met, that I forgot you love no play-books. With reverence to your ladyship, said Bridgenorth, I were much to blame did I need the idle words of a Warwickshire stroller to teach me my grateful duty to your ladyship on this occasion, which appoints me to be directed by you in all things which my conscience will permit. Since you permit me such influence, then, replied the Lady Peveril, I shall be moderate in exercising it, in order that I may, in my domination at least, give you a favourable impression of the new order of things. So, if you will be a subject of mine for one day, neighbour, I am going, at my lord and husband's command, to issue out my warrants to invite the whole neighbourhood to a solemn feast at the castle on Thursday next. And I not only pray you to be personally present yourself, but to prevail on your worthy pastor, and such neighbours and friends, high and low, as may think in your own way, to meet with the rest of the neighbourhood, to rejoice on this joyful occasion of the King's restoration, and thereby to show that we are to be henceforward a united people. The parliamentarian major was considerably embarrassed by this proposal. He looked upward and downward and around, cast his eye first to the oak-carved ceiling, and anon fixed it upon the floor, then threw it around the room till it lighted on his child, the sight of whom suggested another and a better train of reflections than ceiling and floor had been able to supply. Madam, he said, I have long been a stranger to festivity, perhaps from constitutional melancholy, perhaps from the depression which is natural to a desolate and deprived man, in whose ear mirth is marred like a pleasant air when performed on a mistuned instrument. But though neither my thoughts nor temperament are jovial or mercurial, it becomes me to be grateful to heaven for the good he has sent me by the means of your ladyship. David, the man after God's own heart, did wash and eat bread when his beloved child was removed. Mine is restored to me, and shall I not show gratitude under a blessing, when he showed resignation under an affliction? Madam, I will wait on your gracious invitation with acceptance, and such of my friends with whom I may possess influence, and whose presence your ladyship may desire, shall accompany me to the festivity, that our Israel may be as one people." Having spoken these words with an aspect which belonged more to a martyr than to a guest bidden to a festival, and having kissed and solemnly blessed his little girl, Major Bridgenorth took his departure for Moultracy Hall. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 3. Here's neither want of appetite nor mouths. Pray heaven we be not scant of meat or mirth. Old Play. Even upon ordinary occasions, and where means were ample, a great entertainment in those days was not such a sinecure as in modern times, when the lady who presides has but to intimate to her menials the day and hour when she wills it to take place. At that simple period, the lady was expected to enter deeply into the arrangement and provision of the whole affair, and from a little gallery which communicated with her own private apartment, and looked down upon the kitchen, her shrill voice was to be heard, from time to time, like that of the warning spirit in a tempest, rising above the clash of pots and stewpans, the creaking spits, the clattering of marrow bones and cleavers, the scolding of cooks, and all the other various kinds of din which form an accompaniment to dressing a large dinner. But all this toil and anxiety was more than doubled in the case of the approaching feast at Martindale Castle, where the presiding genius of the festivity was scarce provided with adequate means to carry her hospitable purpose into effect. The tyrannical conduct of husbands in such cases is universal, and I scarce know one householder of my acquaintance who has not, on some ill-omened and most inconvenient season, announced suddenly to his innocent helpmate that he had invited some odious Major Rock to drop in at 6 o'clock, to the great discomposure of the lady, and the discredit, perhaps, of her domestic arrangements. Peveril of the Peak was still more thoughtless, for he had directed his lady to invite the whole honest men of the neighbourhood to make good cheer at Martindale Castle, in honour of the blessed restoration of his most sacred majesty, without precisely explaining where the provisions were to come from. The deer park had lain waste ever since the siege. The dovecot could do little to furnish forth such an entertainment. The fish ponds, it is true, were well provided, which the neighbouring Presbyterians noted as a suspicious circumstance, and game was to be had for the shooting upon the extensive heaths and hills of Derbyshire. But these were but the secondary parts of a banquet, and the house steward and bailiff, Lady Peveril's only coadjutors and counsellors, could not agree how the butcher meat, the most substantial part, or as it were, the main body of the entertainment, was to be supplied. The house steward threatened the sacrifice of a fine yoke of young bullocks, which the bailiff, who pleaded the necessity of their agricultural services, tenaciously resisted, and Lady Peveril's good and dutiful nature did not prevent her from making some impatient reflections on the want of consideration of her absent knight, who had thus thoughtlessly placed her in so embarrassing a situation. These reflections were scarcely just, if a man is only responsible for such resolutions as he adopts when he is fully master of himself. Sir Geoffrey's loyalty, like that of many persons in his situation, had, by dint of hopes and fears, victories and defeats, struggles and sufferings, all arising out of the same moving cause, and turning, as it were, on the same pivot, acquired the character of an intense and enthusiastic passion, and the singular and surprising change of fortune by which his highest wishes were not only gratified, but far exceeded, occasioned for some time a kind of intoxication of loyal rapture, which seemed to pervade the whole kingdom. Sir Geoffrey had seen Charles and his brothers, and had been received by the merry monarch with that graceful and at the same time frank urbanity by which he conciliated all who approached him. The knight's services and merits had been fully acknowledged, and recompense had been hinted at, if not expressly promised. Was it for Peveril of the Peak, in the jubilee of his spirits, to consider how his wife was to find beef and mutton to feast his neighbours? Luckily, however, for the embarrassed lady, there existed some one who had composure of mind sufficient to foresee this difficulty, just as she had made up her mind very reluctantly to become debtor to Major Bridgenorth for the sum necessary to carry her husband's commands into effect, and whilst she was bitterly regretting this departure from the strictness of her usual economy, the steward, who, by the by, had not been absolutely sober since the news of the King's Landing at Dover, burst into the apartment, snapping his fingers, and showing more marks of delight than was quite consistent with the dignity of my lady's large parlour. "What means this, Whittaker?" said the lady, somewhat peevishly, for she was interrupted in the commencement of a letter to her neighbour on the unpleasant business of the proposed loan. "Is it to be always thus with you? Are you dreaming?" "A vision of good omen, I trust," said the steward, with a triumphant flourish of the hand. "Far better than Pharaoh's, though, like his, it be of fat kine." "I prithee be plain, man," said the lady, "or fetch some one who can speak to purpose." "Why, odds my life, madam," said the steward, "mine errand can speak for itself. Do you not hear them low? Do you not hear them bleat? A yoke of fat oxen, and half a score prime wethers. The castle is victualled for this bout. Let them storm when they will, and Gatheril may have his damned mains ploughed to the boot." The lady, without farther questioning her elated domestic, rose and went to the window, where she certainly beheld the oxen and sheep which had given rise to Whittaker's exultation. "Whence come they?" said she, in some surprise. "Let them construe that who can," answered Whittaker. "The fellow who drove them was a west country man, and only said they came from a friend to help to furnish out your ladyship's entertainment. The man would not stay to drink. I am sorry he would not stay to drink. I crave your ladyship's pardon for not keeping him by the ears to drink. It was not my fault." "That I'll be sworn it was not," said the lady. "Nay, madam, by God, I assure you it was not," said the zealous steward, "for rather than the castle should lose credit, I drank his health myself in double ale, though I had had my morning draught already. I tell you the naked truth, my lady, by God." "It was no great compulsion, I suppose," said the lady. "But, Whittaker, suppose you should show your joy on such occasions by drinking and swearing a little less rather than a little more, would it not be as well, think you?" "I crave your ladyship's pardon," said Whittaker, with much reverence. "I hope I know my place. I am your ladyship's poor servant, and I know it does not become me to drink and swear like your ladyship, that is, like his honour Sir Geoffrey, I would say. But I pray you, if I am not to drink and swear after my degree, how are men to know Peveril of the Peak's steward? And I may say butler too, since I have had the keys of the cellar ever since old Spigots was shot dead on the northwest turret, with a blackjack in his hand. I say, how is an old Cavalier like me to be known from those cuckoldly Roundheads that do nothing but fast and pray, if we are not to drink and swear according to our degree? The lady was silent, for she well knew speech availed nothing, and after a moment's pause proceeded to intimate to the steward that she would have the persons whose names were marked in a written paper which she delivered to him invited to the approaching banquet. Whitaker, instead of receiving the list with the mute acquiescence of a modern major domo, carried it into the recess of one of the windows, and adjusting his spectacles, began to read it to himself, the first names being those of distinguished Cavalier families in the neighbourhood. He muttered over in a tone of approbation, paused and shawed at that of Bridgenorth, yet acquiesced with the observation, but he is a good neighbour, so it may pass for once. But when he read the name and surname of Nehemiah Solsgrace, the Presbyterian parson, Whitaker's patience altogether forsook him, and he declared he would as soon throw himself into Eldon Hole as consent that the intrusive old Puritan Howlet, who had usurped the pulpit of a sound orthodox divine, should ever darken the gates of Martindale Castle by any message or mediation of his. "The false crop-eared hypocrites," cried he, with a hearty oath, "have had their turn of the good weather. The sun is on our side of the hedge now, and we will pay off old scores as sure as my name is Richard Whitaker." "You presume on your long services, Whitaker, and on your master's absence, or you had not dared to use me thus," said the lady. The unwonted agitation of her voice attracted the attention of the refractory steward, notwithstanding his present state of elevation, but he no sooner saw that her eye glistened and her cheek reddened than his obstinacy was at once subdued. "A murrain on me," he said, "but I have made my lady angry in good earnest, and that is an unwonted sight for to see. I crave your pardon, my lady. It was not poor Dick Whitaker disputed your honourable commands, but only that second draught of double ale. We have put a double stroke of malt to it, as your ladyship well knows, ever since the happy restoration. To be sure, I hate a fanatic as I do the cloven foot of Satan. But then your honourable ladyship hath a right to invite Satan himself, cloven foot and all, to Martindale Castle, and to send me to Hell's Gate with a billet of invitation, and so your will shall be done." The invitations were sent round accordingly in all due form, and one of the bullocks was sent down to be roasted whole at the market-place of a little village called Martindale Multrasy, which stood considerably to the eastward both of the castle and hall, from which it took its double name, at about an equal distance from both, so that suppose a line drawn from the one manor house to the other to be the base of a triangle, the village would have occupied the salient angle, as the said village, since the late transference of a part of Peveril's property, belonged to Sir Geoffrey and to Bridgenorth in nearly equal portions, the lady judged it not proper to dispute the right of the latter to add some hogsheads of beer to the popular festivity. In the meanwhile, she could not but suspect the Major of being the unknown friend who had relieved her from the dilemma arising from the want of provisions, and she esteemed herself happy when a visit from him on the day preceding the proposed entertainment gave her, as she thought, an opportunity of expressing her gratitude. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 4. No, sir, I will not pledge. I'm one of those who think good wine needs neither bush nor preface to make it welcome. If you doubt my word, fill the quart cup and see if I will choke on it. Old Play. There was a serious gravity of expression in the disclamation with which Major Bridgenorth replied to the thanks tendered to him by Lady Peveril for the supply of provisions which had reached her castle so opportunely. He seemed first not to be aware what she alluded to, and when she explained the circumstances, he protested so seriously that he had no share in the benefit conferred, that Lady Peveril was compelled to believe him, the rather that, being a man of plain downright character, affecting no refined delicacy of sentiment, and practising almost a Quaker-like sincerity of expression, it would have been contrary to his general character to have made such a disavowal, unless it were founded in truth. My present visit to you, madam, said he, has indeed some reference to the festivity of tomorrow. Lady Peveril listened, but as her visitor seemed to find some difficulty in expressing himself, she was compelled to ask an explanation. Madam, said the Major, you are not perhaps entirely ignorant that the more tender-conscienced among us have scruples at certain practices, so general amongst your people at times of rejoicing, that you may be said to insist upon them as articles of faith, or at least greatly to resent their omission. I trust, Master Bridgenorth, said the Lady Peveril, not fully comprehending the drift of his discourse, that we shall, as your entertainers, carefully avoid all allusions or reproaches founded on past misunderstanding. We would expect no less, madam, from your candour and courtesy, said Bridgenorth, but I perceive you do not fully understand me. To be plain, then, I allude to the fashion of drinking healths, and pledging each other in draughts of strong liquor, which most among us consider as a superfluous and sinful provoking of each other to debauchery, and the excessive use of strong drink, and which, besides, if derived, as learned divines have supposed, from the custom of the blinded pagans who made libations and invoked idols when they drank, may be justly said to have something in it heathenish, and allied to demon worship. The lady had already hastily considered all the topics which were likely to introduce discord into the proposed festivity, but this very ridiculous yet fatal discrepancy betwixt the manners of the parties on convivial occasions had entirely escaped her. She endeavoured to soothe the objecting party, whose brows were knit like one who had fixed an opinion by which he was determined to abide. I grant, she said, my good neighbour, that this custom is at least idle, and may be prejudicial if it leads to excess in the use of liquor, which is apt enough to take place without such conversation. But I think, when it hath not this consequence, it is a thing indifferent, affords a unanimous mode of expressing our good wishes to our friends, and our loyal duty to our sovereign, and without meaning to put any force upon the inclination of those who believe otherwise, I cannot see how I can deny my guests and friends the privilege of drinking a health to the King, or to my husband, after the old English fashion." "My lady," said the Major, "if the age of fashion were to command it, Popery is one of the oldest English fashions that I have heard of; but it is our happiness that we are not benighted like our fathers, and therefore we must act accordingly to the light that is in us, and not after their darkness. I had myself the honour to attend the Lord Keeper Whitelock, when at the table of the Chamberlain of the Kingdom of Sweden. He did positively refuse to pledge the health of his Queen Christina, thereby giving great offence, and putting in peril the whole purpose of that voyage, which it is not to be thought so wise a man would have done, but that he held such compliance a thing not merely indifferent, but rather sinful and damnable." "With all respect to Whitelock," said the Lady Peveril, "I continue of my own opinion, though Heaven knows I am no friend to riot or wassail. I would fain accommodate myself to your scruples, and will discourage all other pledges, but surely those of the King and of Peveril of the Peak may be permitted?" "I dare not," answered Bridgenorth, "lay even the 99th part of a grain of incense upon an altar erected to Satan." "How, sir," said the lady, "do you bring Satan into comparison with our master King Charles, and with my noble lord and husband?" "Pardon me, madam," answered Bridgenorth, "I have no such thoughts, indeed they would ill become me. I do wish the King's health, and Sir Geoffrey's devoutly, and I will pray for both; but I see not what good it should do their health, if I should prejudice my own by quaffing pledges out of quart flagons." "Since we cannot agree upon this matter," said Lady Peveril, "we must find some resource by which to offend those of neither party. Suppose you winked at our friends drinking these pledges, and we should connive at your sitting still." But neither would this composition satisfy Bridgenorth, who was of opinion, as he expressed himself, that it would be holding a candle to Beelzebub. In fact, his temper, naturally stubborn, was at present rendered much more so by a previous conference with his preacher, who, though a very good man in the main, was particularly and illiberally tenacious of the petty distinctions which his sect adopted; and while he thought with considerable apprehension on the accession of power which Popery, Prelacy, and Peveril of the Peak were like to acquire by the late revolution, became naturally anxious to put his flock on their guard, and prevent their being kidnapped by the wolf. He disliked extremely that Major Bridgenorth, indisputably the head of the Presbyterian interest in that neighbourhood, should have given his only daughter to be, as he termed it, nursed by a Canaanite-ish woman, and he told him plainly that he liked not this going to feast in the high places with the uncircumcised in heart, and looked on the whole conviviality only as a making merry in the house of Tirzah. Upon receiving this rebuke from his pastor, Bridgenorth began to suspect he might have been partly wrong in the readiness which, in his first ardour of gratitude, he had shown to enter into intimate intercourse with the castle of Martindale; but he was too proud to avow this to the preacher, and it was not till after a considerable debate betwixt them that it was mutually agreed their presence at the entertainment should depend upon the condition that no healths or pledges should be given in their presence. Bridgenorth, therefore, as the delegate and representative of his party, was bound to stand firm against all entreaty, and the lady became greatly embarrassed. She now regretted sincerely that her well-intended invitation had ever been given, for she foresaw that its rejection was to awaken all former subjects of quarrel, and perhaps to lead to new violences amongst people who had not many years since been engaged in civil war. To yield up the disputed point to the Presbyterians would have been to offend the Cavalier party, and Sir Geoffrey in particular, in the most mortal degree, for they made it as firm a point of honour to give healths, and compel others to pledge them, as the Puritans made it a deep article of religion to refuse both. At length the lady changed the discourse, introduced that of Major Bridgenorth's child, caused it to be sent for, and put into his arms. The mother's stratagem took effect, for though the parliamentary major stood firm, the father, as in the case of the governor of Tilbury, was softened, and he agreed that his friends should accept a compromise. This was that the Major himself, the Reverend Divine, and such of their friends as held strict Puritan tenets, should form a separate party in the large parlour, while the hall should be occupied by the jovial Cavaliers, and that each party should regulate their potations after their own conscience, or after their own fashion. Major Bridgenorth himself seemed greatly relieved after this important matter had been settled. He had held it matter of conscience to be stubborn in maintaining his own opinion, but was heartily glad when he escaped from the apparently inevitable necessity of affronting Lady Peveril by the refusal of her invitation. He remained longer than usual, and spoke and smiled more than was his custom. His first care on his return was to announce to the clergyman and his congregation the compromise which he had made, and this not as a matter for deliberation, but one upon which he had already resolved. And such was his authority among them, that though the preacher longed to pronounce a separation of the parties, and to exclaim, "To your tents, O Israel!" he did not see the chance of being seconded by so many as would make it worth while to disturb the unanimous acquiescence in their delegate's proposal. Nevertheless, each party being put upon the alert by the consequences of Major Bridgenorth's embassy, so many points of doubt and delicate discussion were started in succession, that the Lady Peveril, the only person perhaps who was desirous of achieving an effectual reconciliation between them, incurred, in reward for her good intentions, the censure of both factions, and had much reason to regret her well-meant project of bringing the Capulets and Montagues of Derbyshire together on the same occasion of public festivity. As it was now settled that the guests were to form two different parties, it became not only a subject of dispute betwixt themselves who should be first admitted within the castle of Martindale, but matter of serious apprehension to Lady Peveril and Major Bridgenorth, lest, if they were to approach by the same avenue and entrance, a quarrel might take place betwixt them, and proceed to extremities, even before they reached the place of entertainment. The lady believed she had discovered an admirable expedient for preventing the possibility of such interference, by directing that the Cavaliers should be admitted by the principal entrance, while the Roundheads should enter the castle through a great breach which had been made in the course of the siege, and across which there had been made a sort of bypath to drive the cattle down to their pasture in the wood. By this contrivance the Lady Peveril imagined she had altogether avoided the various risks which might occur from two such parties encountering each other, and disputing for precedence. Several other circumstances of less importance were adjusted at the same time, and apparently so much to the satisfaction of the Presbyterian teacher, that in a long lecture on the subject of the marriage garment, he was at the pains to explain to his hearers that outward apparel was not alone meant by that scriptural expression, but also a suitable frame of mind for enjoyment of peaceful festivity, and therefore he exhorted the brethren that whatever might be the errors of the poor blinded malignants with whom they were in some sort to eat and drink upon the morrow, they ought not on this occasion to show any evil will against them, lest they should therein become troublers of the peace of Israel. Honest Dr. Dummerar, the elected episcopal vicar of Martindale, cum Multrasy, preached to the Cavaliers on the same subject. He had served the cure before the breaking out of the rebellion, and was in high favour with Sir Geoffrey, not merely on account of his sound orthodoxy and deep learning, but his exquisite skill in playing at bowls, and his facetious conversation over a pipe and tankard of October. For these latter accomplishments the doctor had the honour to be recorded by old Century White amongst the roll of lewd, incompetent, profligate clergymen of the Church of England, whom he denounced to God and man on account chiefly of the heinous sin of playing at games of skill and chance, and of occasionally joining in the social meetings of their parishioners. When the king's party began to lose ground, Dr. Dummerar left his vicarage, and betaking himself to the camp, showed upon several occasions, when acting as chaplain to Sir Geoffrey Peveril's regiment, that his portly bodily presence included a stout and masculine heart. When all was lost, and he himself, with most other loyal divines, was deprived of his living, he made such shift as he could, now lurking in the garrets of old friends in the University, who shared with him and such as him the slender means of livelihood which the evil times had left them, and now lying hid in the houses of the oppressed and sequestered gentry, who respected at once his character and sufferings. When the Restoration took place, Dr. Dummerar emerged from some one of his hiding places, and hied him to Martindale Castle, to enjoy the triumph inseparable from this happy change. His appearance at the castle, in his full clerical dress, and the warm reception which he received from the neighbouring gentry, added not a little to the alarm which was gradually extending itself through the party which were so lately the uppermost. It is true, Dr. Dummerar framed, honest worthy man, no extravagant views of elevation or preferment, but the probability of his being replaced in the living, from which he had been expelled under very flimsy pretences, inferred a severe blow to the Presbyterian divine, who could not be considered otherwise than as an intruder. The interest of the two preachers, therefore, as well as the sentiments of their flocks, were at direct variance, and here was another fatal objection in the way of Lady Peveril's scheme of a general and comprehensive healing ordinance. Nevertheless, as we have already hinted, Dr. Dummerar behaved as handsomely upon the occasion as the Presbyterian incumbent had done. It is true that in a sermon which he preached in the Castle Hall to several of the most distinguished Cavalier families, besides a world of boys from the village, who went to see the novel circumstance of a parson in a cassock and surplice, he went at great length into the foulness of the various crimes committed by the rebellious party during the late evil times, and greatly magnified the merciful and peaceful nature of the honourable lady of the manor, who condescended to look upon or receive into her house, in the way of friendship and hospitality, men holding the principles which had led to the murder of the king, the slaying and despoiling his loyal subjects, and the plundering and breaking down of the church of God. But then he wiped all this handsomely up again, with the observation, that since it was the will of their gracious and newly restored sovereign, and the pleasure of the worshipful Lady Peveril, that this contumacious and rebellious race should be, for a time, forborne by their faithful subjects, it would be highly proper that all the loyal liegemen should, for the present, eschew subjects of dissension or quarrel with these sons of Shimei, which lesson of patience he enforced by the comfortable assurance that they could not long abstain from their old rebellious practices, in which case the royalists would stand exculpated before God and man in extirpating them from the face of the earth. The close observers of the remarkable passages of the times from which we draw the events of our history have left it upon record that these two several sermons, much contrary, doubtless, to the intention of the worthy divines by whom they were delivered, had a greater effect in exasperating than in composing the disputes betwixt the two factions. Under such evil auspices, and with corresponding forebodings on the mind of Lady Peveril, the day of festivity at length arrived. By different routes, and forming each a sort of procession, as if the adherents of each party were desirous of exhibiting its strength and numbers, the two several factions approached Martindale Castle, and so distinct did they appear in dress, aspect, and manners, that it seemed as if the revellers of a bridal party and the sad attendants upon a funeral solemnity were moving towards the same point from different quarters. The puritanical party was by far the fewer in numbers, for which two excellent reasons might be given. In the first place, they had enjoyed power for several years, and of course became unpopular among the common people, never at any time attached to those who, being in the immediate possession of authority, are often obliged to employ it in controlling their humours. Besides, the country people of England had, and still have, an animated attachment to field sports, and a natural unrestrained joviality of disposition, which rendered them impatient under the severe discipline of the fanatical preachers, while they were not less naturally discontented with the military despotism of Cromwell's major generals. Secondly, the people were fickle as usual, and the return of the king had novelty in it, and was therefore popular. The side of the Puritans was also deserted at this period by a numerous class of more thinking and prudential persons, who never forsook them till they became unfortunate. These sagacious personages were called in that age the waiters upon Providence, and deemed it a high delinquency towards heaven if they afforded countenance to any cause longer than it was favoured by fortune. But though thus forsaken by the fickle and the selfish, a solemn enthusiasm, a stern and determined depth of principle, a confidence in the sincerity of their own motives, and the manly English pride which inclined them to cling to their former opinions, like the traveller in the fable to his cloak, the more strongly that the tempest blew around them, detained in the ranks of the Puritans many, who, if no longer formidable from numbers, were still so from their character. They consisted chiefly of the middling gentry, with others whom industry or successful speculations in commerce or in mining had raised into eminence, the persons who feel most umbrage from the overshadowing aristocracy, and are usually the most vehement in defence of what they hold to be their rights. Their dress was in general studiously simple and unostentatious, or only remarkable by the contradictory affectation of extreme simplicity or carelessness. The dark colour of their cloaks, varying from absolute black to what was called sad coloured, their steeple-crowned hats, with their broad shadowy brims, their long swords, suspended by a simple strap around the loins, without shoulder belt, sword knot, plate, buckles, or any of the other decorations with which the Cavaliers loved to adorn their trusty rapiers, the shortness of their hair, which made their ears appear of disproportioned size. Above all, the stern and gloomy gravity of their looks announced their belonging to that class of enthusiasts who, resolute and undismayed, had cast down the former fabric of government, and who now regarded with somewhat more than suspicion that which had been so unexpectedly substituted in its stead. There was gloom in their countenances, but it was not that of dejection, far less of despair. They looked like veterans after a defeat, which may have checked their career and wounded their pride, but has left their courage undiminished. The melancholy, now become habitual, which overcast Major Bridgenorth's countenance, well qualified him to act as the chief of the group who now advanced from the village. When they reached the point by which they were first to turn aside into the wood which surrounded the castle, they felt a momentary impression of degradation, as if they were yielding the high road to their old and oft defeated enemies, the Cavaliers. When they began to ascend the winding path, which had been the daily passage of the cattle, the opening of the wooded glade gave them a view of the castle ditch, half choked with the rubbish of the breach, and of the breach itself, which was made at the angle of a large square flanking tower, one half of which had been battered into ruins, while the other fragment remained in a state strangely shattered and precarious, and seemed to be tottering above the huge aperture in the wall. A stern still smile was exchanged among the Puritans, as the sight reminded them of the victories of former days. Holdfast Clegg, a millwright of Derby, who had been himself active at the siege, pointed to the breach, and said with a grim smile to Mr. Solsgrace, "I little thought that when my own hand helped to level the cannon which Oliver pointed against yon tower, we should have been obliged to climb like foxes up the very walls which we won by our bow and by our spear. Methought these malignants had then enough of shutting their gates and making high their horn against us." "Be patient, my brother," said Solsgrace, "be patient, and let not thy soul be disquieted. We enter not this high place dishonourably, seeing we ascend by the gate which the Lord opened to the godly." The words of the pastor were like a spark to gunpowder. The countenances of the mournful retinue suddenly expanded, and accepting what had fallen from him as an omen and a light from heaven, how they were to interpret their present situation, they uplifted with one consent one of the triumphant songs in which the Israelites celebrated the victories which had been vouchsafed to them over the heathen inhabitants of the promised land. Let God arise, and then his foes shall turn themselves to flight. His enemies for fear shall run and scatter out of sight. And as wax melts before the fire, and wind blows smoke away, so in the presence of the Lord the wicked shall decay. God's army 20,000 is, of angels bright and strong. The Lord also in Sinai is present them among. Thou didst, O Lord, ascend on high, and captive ledst them all, who in times past thy chosen flock in bondage did enthrall. These sounds of devotional triumph reached the joyous band of the Cavaliers, who, decked in whatever pomp their repeated misfortunes and impoverishment had left them, were moving towards the same point, though by a different road, and were filling the principal avenue to the castle with tiptoe mirth and revelry. The two parties were strongly contrasted, for during that period of civil dissension, the manners of the different factions distinguished them as completely as separate uniforms might have done. If the Puritan was affectedly plain in his dress, and ridiculously precise in his manners, the Cavalier often carried his love of ornament into tawdry finery, and his contempt of hypocrisy into licentious profligacy. Gay gallant fellows, young and old, thronged together towards the ancient castle, with general and joyous manifestation of those spirits which, as they had been buoyant enough to support their owners during the worst of times, as they termed Oliver's usurpation, were now so inflated as to transport them nearly beyond the reach of sober reason. Feathers waved, lace glittered, spears jingled, steeds caracoled, and here and there a petronel or pistol was fired off by someone who found his own natural talents for making a noise inadequate to the dignity of the occasion. Boys, for as we said before, the rabble were with the uppermost party, as usual, hallooed and whooped, "Down with the rump!" and "Fie upon Oliver!" Musical instruments of as many different fashions as were then in use played all at once, and without any regard to each other's tune, and the glee of the occasion, while it reconciled the pride of the high-born of the party to fraternize with the general rout, derived an additional zest from the conscious triumph that their exultation was heard by their neighbours, the crest-fallen Roundheads. When the loud and sonorous swell of the psalm tune, multiplied by all the echoes of the cliffs and ruinous halls, came full upon their ear, as if to warn them how little they were to reckon upon the depression of their adversaries, at first it was answered with a scornful laugh, raised to as much height as the scoffer's lungs would permit, in order that it might carry to the psalmodists the contempt of their auditors. But this was a forced exertion of party spleen. There is something in melancholy feelings more natural to an imperfect and suffering state than in those of gaiety, and when they are brought into collision, the former seldom fail to triumph. If a funeral train and wedding procession were to meet unexpectedly, it will readily be allowed that the mirth of the last would be speedily merged in the gloom of the others. But the Cavaliers, moreover, had sympathies of a different kind. The psalm tune, which now came rolling on their ear, had been heard too often, and upon too many occasions had preceded victory gained over the malignants, to permit them, even in their triumph, to hear it without emotion. There was a sort of pause, of which the party themselves seemed rather ashamed, until the silence was broken by the stout old knight, Sir Jasper Cranborne, whose gallantry was so universally acknowledged that he could afford, if we may use such an expression, to confess emotions, which men whose courage was in any respect liable to suspicion, would have thought it imprudent to acknowledge. "Adad," said the old knight, "may I never taste claret again, if that is not the very tune with which the prick-eared villains began their onset at Wigan Lane, where they trowelled us down like so many ninepins. Faith, neighbours, to say truth and shame the devil, I did not like the sound of it above half. If I thought the round-headed rogues did it in scorn of us," said Dick Wildblood of the Dale, "I would cudgel their psalmody out of their peasantly throats with this very truncheon," a motion which, being seconded by old Roger Rain, the drunken tapster of the Peveril Arms in the village, might have brought on a general battle, but that Sir Jasper forbade the feud. "We'll have no ranting, Dick," said the old knight to the young franklin. "Adad, man, we'll have none, for 3 reasons. First, because it would be ungentle to Lady Peveril; then, because it is against the king's peace; and lastly, Dick, because if we did set on the psalm-singing knaves, thou mightest come by the worst, my boy, as has chanced to thee before." "Who, I, Sir Jasper?" answered Dick. "I come by the worst? I'll be damned if it ever happened but in that accursed lane, where we had no more flank, front, or rear, than if we had been so many herrings in a barrel." "That was the reason, I fancy," answered Sir Jasper, "that you, to mend the matter, scrambled into the hedge, and stuck there, horse and man, till I beat thee through it with my leading staff, and then, instead of charging to the front, you went right about, and away as fast as your feet would carry you." This reminiscence produced a laugh at Dick's expense, who was known, or at least suspected, to have more tongue in his head than metal in his bosom; and this sort of rallying on the part of the knight having fortunately abated the resentment which had begun to awaken in the breasts of the royalist cavalcade, farther cause for offence was removed by the sudden ceasing of the sounds which they had been disposed to interpret into those of premeditated insult. This was owing to the arrival of the Puritans at the bottom of the large and wide breach which had been formerly made in the wall of the castle by their victorious cannon. The sight of its gaping heaps of rubbish and disjointed masses of building, up which slowly winded a narrow and steep path, such as is made amongst ancient ruins by the rare passage of those who occasionally visit them, was calculated, when contrasted with the grey and solid massiveness of the towers and curtains which yet stood uninjured, to remind them of their victory over the stronghold of their enemies, and how they had bound nobles and princes with fetters of iron. But feelings more suitable to the purpose of their visit to Martindale Castle were awakened in the bosoms even of these stern sectaries, when the lady of the castle, still in the very prime of beauty and of womanhood, appeared at the top of the breach with her principal female attendants, to receive her guests with the honour and courtesy becoming her invitation. She had laid aside the black dress which had been her sole attire for several years, and was arrayed with a splendour not unbecoming her high descent and quality. Jewels indeed she had none, but her long and dark hair was surmounted with a chaplet made of oak leaves, interspersed with lilies, the former being the emblem of the king's preservation in the royal oak, and the latter of his happy restoration. What rendered her presence still more interesting to those who looked on her was the presence of the two children whom she held in either hand, one of whom was well known to them all to be the child of their leader, Major Bridgenorth, who had been restored to life and health by the almost maternal care of the Lady Peveril. If even the inferior persons of the party felt the healing influence of her presence thus accompanied, poor Bridgenorth was almost overwhelmed with it. The strictness of his caste and manners permitted him not to sink on his knee and kiss the hand which held his little orphan, but the deepness of his obeisance, the faltering tremor of his voice, and the glistening of his eye showed a grateful respect for the lady whom he addressed, deeper and more reverential than could have been expressed even by Persian prostration. A few courteous and mild words, expressive of the pleasure she found in once more seeing her neighbours as her friends, a few kind inquiries, addressed to the principal individuals among her guests, concerning their families and connections, completed her triumph over angry thoughts and dangerous recollections, and disposed men's bosoms to sympathize with the purposes of the meeting. Even Solsgrace himself, although imagining himself bound by his office and duty to watch over and counteract the wiles of the Amalekitish woman, did not escape the sympathetic infection, being so much struck with the marks of peace and goodwill exhibited by Lady Peveril, that he immediately raised the psalm. Oh, what a happy thing it is, and joyful for to see brethren to dwell together in friendship and unity. Accepting this salutation as a mark of courtesy repaid, the Lady Peveril marshalled in person this party of her guests to the apartment, where ample good cheer was provided for them, and had even the patience to remain while Master Nehemiah Solsgrace pronounced a benediction of portentous length as an introduction to the banquet. Her presence was in some measure a restraint on the worthy divine, whose prolusion lasted the longer, and was the more intricate and embarrassed, that he felt himself debarred from rounding it off by his usual alliterative petition for deliverance from popery, prelacy, and Peveril of the Peak, which had become so habitual to him, that after various attempts to conclude with some other form of words, he found himself at last obliged to pronounce the first words of his usual formula aloud, and mutter the rest in such a manner as not to be intelligible even by those who stood nearest to him. The minister's silence was followed by all the various sounds which announce the onset of a hungry company on a well-furnished table, and at the same time gave the lady an opportunity to leave the apartment and look to the accommodation of her other company. She felt indeed that it was high time to do so, and that the royalist guests might be disposed to misapprehend or even to resent the prior attentions which she had thought it prudent to offer to the Puritans. These apprehensions were not altogether ill-founded. It was in vain that the Stuart had displayed the royal standard with its proud motto of Tandem Triumphans on one of the great towers which flanked the main entrance of the castle, while from the other floated the banner of Peveril of the Peak, under which many of those who now approached had fought during all the vicissitudes of civil war. It was in vain he repeated his clamorous "Welcome, noble cavaliers! Welcome, generous gentlemen!" There was a slight murmur amongst them that their welcome ought to have come from the mouth of the Colonel's lady, not from that of a menial. Sir Jasper Cranborne, who had sense as well as spirit and courage, and who was aware of his fair cousin's motives, having been indeed consulted by her upon all the arrangements which she had adopted, saw matters were in such a state that no time ought to be lost in conducting the guests to the banqueting apartment, where a fortunate diversion from all these topics of rising discontent might be made at the expense of the good cheer of all sorts which the lady's care had so liberally provided. The stratagem of the old soldier succeeded in its utmost extent. He assumed the great oaken chair usually occupied by the steward at his audits, and Dr. Dummerar, having pronounced a brief Latin benediction, which was not the less esteemed by the hearers that none of them understood it, Sir Jasper exhorted the company to whet their appetites to the dinner by a brimming cup to his Majesty's health, filled as high and as deep as their goblets would permit. In a moment all was bustle, with the clank of wine cups and of flagons. In another moment the guests were on their feet like so many statues, all hushed as death, but with eyes glancing with expectation and hands outstretched, which displayed their royal brimmers. The voice of Sir Jasper, clear, sonorous, and emphatic as the sound of his war trumpet, announced the health of the restored monarch, hastily echoed back by the assemblage, impatient to render it due homage. After brief pause was filled by the draining of their cups, and the mustering breath to join in a shout so loud that not only the rafters of the old hall trembled while they echoed it back, but the garlands of oaken boughs and flowers with which they were decorated waved wildly and rustled as if agitated by a sudden whirlwind. This rite observed, the company proceeded to assail the good cheer with which the table groaned, animated as they were to the attack both by mirth and melody, for they were attended by all the minstrels of the district, who, like the episcopal clergy, had been put to silence during the reign of the self-entitled saints of the Commonwealth. The social occupation of good eating and drinking, the exchange of pledges betwixt old neighbours who had been fellow soldiers in the moment of resistance, fellow sufferers in the time of depression and subjugation, and were now partners in the same general subject of congratulation, soon wiped from their memory the trifling cause of complaint, which in the minds of some had darkened the festivity of the day, so that when the Lady Peveril walked into the hall, accompanied as before with the children and her female attendants, she was welcomed with the acclamations due to the mistress of the banquet and of the castle, the dame of the noble knight, who had led most of them to battle with an undaunted and persevering valour, which was worthy of better success. Her address to them was brief and matronly, yet spoken with so much feeling as found its way to every bosom. She apologized for the lateness of her personal welcome, by reminding them that there were then present in Martindale Castle that day persons whom recent happy events had converted from enemies into friends, but on whom the latter character was so recently imposed that she dared not neglect with them any point of ceremonial. But those whom she now addressed were the best, the dearest, the most faithful friends of her husband's house, to whom, and to their valour, Peveril had not only owed those successes which had given them and him fame during the late unhappy times, but to whose courage she in particular had owed the preservation of their leader's life, even when it could not avert defeat. A word or two of heartfelt authority completed all which she had boldness to add, and bowing gracefully round her, she lifted a cup to her lips, as if to welcome her guests. There still remained, and especially amongst the old cavaliers of the period, some glimmering of that spirit which inspired Froissart when he declares that a knight hath double courage at need, when animated by the looks and words of a beautiful and virtuous woman. It was not until the reign which was commencing at the moment we are treating of, that the unbounded license of the age, introducing a general course of profligacy, degraded the female sex into mere servants of pleasure, and in so doing deprived society of that noble tone of feeling towards the sex, which, considered as a spur to raise the clear spirit, is superior to every other impulse, save those of religion and of patriotism. The beams of the ancient hall of Martindale Castle instantly rang with a shout louder and shriller than that at which they had so lately trembled, and the names of the Knight of the Peak and his lady were proclaimed amid waving of caps and hats, and universal wishes for their health and happiness. Under these auspices, the Lady Peveril glided from the hall, and left free space for the revelry of the evening. That of the cavaliers may be easily conceived, since it had the usual accompaniments of singing, jesting, quaffing of healths, and playing of tunes, which have in almost every age and quarter of the world been the accompaniments of festive cheer. The enjoyments of the Puritans were of a different and less noisy character. They neither sung, jested, heard music, nor drank healths, and yet they seemed not the less, in their own phrase, to enjoy the creature comforts which the frailty of humanity rendered grateful to their outward man. Old Whitaker even protested that though much the smaller party in points of numbers, they discussed nearly as much sack and claret as his own more jovial associates. But those who considered the steward's prejudices were inclined to think that in order to produce such a result he must have thrown in his own by-drinkings, no inconsiderable item, to the sum total of the Presbyterian potations. Without adopting such a partial and scandalous report, we shall only say that on this occasion, as on most others, the rareness of indulgence promoted the sense of enjoyment, and that those who made abstinence, or at least moderation, a point of religious principle, enjoyed their social meeting the better that such opportunities rarely presented themselves. If they did not actually drink each other's healths, they at least showed, by looking and nodding to each other as they raised their glasses, that they all were sharing the same festive gratification of the appetite, and felt it enhanced, because it was at the same time enjoyed by their friends and neighbours. Religion, as it was the principal topic of their thoughts, became also the chief subject of their conversation, and as they sat together in small separate knots, they discussed doctrinal and metaphysical points of belief, balanced the merits of various preachers, compared the creeds of contending sects, and fortified by scriptural quotations those which they favoured. Some contests arose in the course of these debates, which might have proceeded farther than was seemly, but for the cautious interference of Major Bridgenorth. He suppressed also, in the very bud, a dispute betwixt Gaffer Hodgson of Sharnleycott and the Reverend Mr. Solsgrace upon the tender subject of lay preaching and lay ministering, nor did he think it altogether prudent or decent to indulge the wishes of some of the warmer enthusiasts of the party, who felt disposed to make the rest partakers of their gifts in extemporaneous prayer and exposition. These were absurdities that belonged to the time, which, however, the Major had sense enough to perceive were unfitted, whether the offspring of hypocrisy or enthusiasm, for the present time and place. The Major was also instrumental in breaking up the party at an early and decorous hour, so that they left the castle long before their rivals, the Cavaliers, had reached the springtide of their merriment, an arrangement which afforded the greatest satisfaction to the lady, who dreaded the consequences which might not improbably have taken place, had both parties met at the same period and point of retreat. It was near midnight ere the greater part of the Cavaliers, meaning such as were able to effect their departure without assistance, withdrew to the village of Martindale Moultracy, with the benefit of the broad moon to prevent the chance of accidents. Their shouts, and the burden of their roaring chorus of "The King shall enjoy his own again," were heard with no small pleasure by the lady, heartily glad that the riot of the day was over without the occurrence of any unpleasing accidents. The rejoicing was not, however, entirely ended, for the elevated Cavaliers, finding some of the villagers still on foot around a bonfire on the street, struck merrily in with them, sent to Roger Raine of the Peveril Arms, the loyal publican, whom we have already mentioned, for 2 tubs of merry stingo, as it was termed, and lent their own powerful assistance at the dusting it off to the health of the King and the loyal General Monk. Their shouts for a long time disturbed and even alarmed the little village, but no enthusiasm is able to withstand for ever the natural consequences of late hours and potations pottle deep. The tumult of the exulting royalists at last sunk into silence, and the moon and the owl were left in undisturbed sovereignty over the old tower of the village church, which, rising white above a circle of knotty oaks, was tenanted by the bird and silvered by the planet. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 5. 'Twas when they raised, mid sap and siege, the banners of their rightful liege, at their she-captain's call, who, miracle of womankind, lent mettle to the meanest hind that manned her castle wall. William S. Rose. On the morning succeeding the feast, the Lady Peveril, fatigued with the exertions and the apprehensions of the former day, kept her apartment for 2 or 3 hours later than her own active habits, and the matutinal custom of the time rendered usual. Meanwhile, Mistress Ellesmere, a person of great trust in the family, and who assumed much authority in her mistress's absence, laid her orders upon Deborah, the governante, immediately to carry the children to their airing in the park, and not to let any one enter the gilded chamber, which was usually their sporting place. Deborah, who often rebelled, and sometimes successfully, against the deputed authority of Ellesmere, privately resolved that it was about to rain, and that the gilded chamber was a more suitable place for the children's exercise than the wet grass of the park on a raw morning. But a woman's brain is sometimes as inconstant as a popular assembly, and presently, after she had voted the morning was like to be rainy, and that the gilded chamber was the fittest playroom for the children, Mistress Deborah came to the somewhat inconsistent resolution that the park was the fittest place for her own morning walk. It is certain that during the unrestrained joviality of the preceding evening she had danced till midnight with Lance Outram, the park keeper, but how far the seeing him just pass the window in his woodland trim, with a feather in his hat and a crossbow under his arm, influenced the discrepancy of the opinions Mistress Deborah formed concerning the weather, we are far from presuming to guess. It is enough for us that, so soon as Mistress Ellesmere's back was turned, Mistress Deborah carried the children into the gilded chamber, not without a strict charge, for we must do her justice, to Master Julian, to take care of his little wife, Mistress Alice, and then, having taken so satisfactory a precaution, she herself glided into the park by the glass door of the still room, which was nearly opposite to the great breach. The gilded chamber in which the children were, by this arrangement, left to amuse themselves without better guardianship than what Julian's manhood afforded, was a large apartment, hung with stamped Spanish leather, curiously gilded, representing in a manner now obsolete, but far from unpleasing, a series of tilts and combats betwixt the Saracens of Granada and the Spaniards under the command of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, during that memorable siege, which was terminated by the overthrow of the last fragments of the Moorish Empire in Spain. The little Julian was careering about the room for the amusement of his infant friend, as well as his own, mimicking with a reed the menacing attitude of the Abencerrages and Zegres engaged in the eastern sport of hurling the Jared or javelin, and at times sitting down beside her and caressing her into silence and good humour, when the petulant or timid child chose to become tired of remaining an inactive spectator of his boisterous sport, when on a sudden he observed one of the panelled compartments of the leather hangings slide apart, so as to show a fair hand, with its fingers resting upon its edge, prepared, it would seem, to push it still farther back. Julian was much surprised, and somewhat frightened, at what he witnessed, for the tales of the nursery had strongly impressed on his mind the terrors of the invisible world. Yet, naturally bold and high-spirited, the little champion placed himself beside his defenceless sister, continuing to brandish his weapon in her defence, as boldly as he had himself been an Abencerrage of Granada. The panel on which his eye was fixed gradually continued to slide back, and display more and more the form to which the hand appertained, until, in the dark aperture which was disclosed, the children saw the figure of a lady in a morning dress, past the meridian of life, but whose countenance still retained traces of great beauty, although the predominant character both of her features and person was an air of almost royal dignity. After pausing a moment on the threshold of the portal which she had thus unexpectedly disclosed, and looking with some surprise at the children, whom she had not probably observed while engaged with the management of the panel, the stranger stepped into the apartment, and the panel, upon a touch of a spring, closed behind her so suddenly that Julian almost doubted it had ever been open, and began to apprehend that the whole apparition had been a delusion. The stately lady, however, advanced to him and said, "Are not you the little Peveril?" "Yes," said the boy, reddening, not altogether without a juvenile feeling of that rule of chivalry which forbade any one to disown his name, whatever danger might be annexed to the avowal of it. "Then," said the stately stranger, "go to your mother's room, and tell her to come instantly to speak with me." "I wo'n not," said the little Julian. "How?" said the lady, "so young and so disobedient? But you do but follow the fashion of the time. Why will you not go, my pretty boy, when I ask it of you as a favour?" "I would go, madam," said the boy, "but—" and he stopped short, still drawing back as the lady advanced on him, but still holding by the hand Alice Bridgenorth, who, too young to understand the nature of the dialogue, clung trembling to her companion. The stranger saw his embarrassment, smiled, and remained standing fast, while she asked the child once more, "What are you afraid of, my brave boy? And why should you not go to your mother on my errand?" "Because," answered Julian firmly, "if I go, little Alice must stay alone with you." "You are a gallant fellow," said the lady, "and will not disgrace your blood, which never left the weak without protection." The boy understood her not, and still gazed with anxious apprehension, first on her who addressed him, and then upon his little companion, whose eyes, with the vacant glance of infancy, wandered from the figure of the lady to that of her companion and protector, and at length, infected by a portion of the fear which the latter's magnanimous efforts could not entirely conceal, she flew into Julian's arms, and clinging to him, greatly augmented his alarm, and by screaming aloud, rendered it very difficult for him to avoid the sympathetic fear which impelled him to do the same. There was something in the manner and bearing of this unexpected inmate which might justify awe, at least, if not fear, when joined to the singular and mysterious mode in which she had made her appearance. Her dress was not remarkable, being the hood and female riding attire of the time, such as was worn by the inferior class of gentlewomen, but her black hair was very long, and several locks, having escaped from under her hood, hung down dishevelled on her neck and shoulders. Her eyes were deep black, keen, and piercing, and her features had something of a foreign expression. When she spoke, her language was marked by a slight foreign accent, although in construction it was pure English. Her slightest tone and gesture had the air of one accustomed to command and to be obeyed, the recollection of which probably suggested to Julian the apology he afterwards made for being frightened, that he took the stranger for an enchanted queen. While the stranger lady and the children thus confronted each other, two persons entered almost at the same instant, but from different doors, whose haste showed that they had been alarmed by the screams of the latter. The first was Major Bridgenorth, whose ears had been alarmed with the cries of his child as he entered the hall, which corresponded with what was called the Gilded Chamber. His intention had been to remain in the more public apartment until the Lady Peveril should make her appearance, with the good-natured purpose of assuring her that the preceding day of tumult had passed in every respect agreeably to his friends, and without any of those alarming consequences which might have been apprehended from a collision betwixt the parties. But when it is considered how severely he had been agitated by apprehensions for his child's safety and health, too well justified by the fate of those who had preceded her, it will not be thought surprising that the infantine screams of Alice induced him to break through the barriers of form, and intrude farther into the interior of the house than a sense of strict propriety might have warranted. He burst into the gilded chamber, therefore, by a side door and narrow passage, which communicated betwixt that apartment and the hall, and snatching the child up in his arms, endeavoured by 1,000 caresses to stifle the screams which burst yet more violently from the little girl on beholding herself in the arms of one to whose voice and manner she was, but for one brief interview, an entire stranger. Of course, Alice's shrieks were redoubled, and seconded by those of Julian Peveril, who, on the appearance of this second intruder, was frightened into resignation of every more manly idea of rescue than that which consisted in invoking assistance at the very top of his lungs. Alarmed by this noise, which in half a minute became very clamorous, Lady Peveril, with whose apartment the gilded chamber was connected by a private door of communication opening into her wardrobe, entered on the scene. The instant she appeared, the little Alice, extricating herself from the grasp of her father, ran towards her protectress, and when she had once taken hold of her skirts, not only became silent, but turned her large blue eyes, in which the tears were still glistening, with a look of wonder rather than alarm, towards the strange lady. Julian manfully brandished his reed, a weapon which he had never parted with during the whole alarm, and stood prepared to assist his mother if there should be danger in the encounter betwixt her and the stranger. In fact, it might have puzzled an older person to account for the sudden and confused pause which the Lady Peveril made as she gazed on her unexpected guest, as if dubious whether she did or did not recognize in her still beautiful, though wasted and emaciated features, a countenance which she had known well under far different circumstances. The stranger seemed to understand the cause of hesitation, for she said in that heart-thrilling voice which was peculiarly her own, "Time and misfortune have changed me much, Margaret. That every mirror tells me. Yet methinks Margaret Stanley might still have known Charlotte de la Tremoille." The Lady Peveril was little in the custom of giving way to sudden emotion, but in the present case she threw herself on her knees in a rapture of mingled joy and grief, and half embracing those of the stranger, exclaimed in broken language, "My kind, my noble benefactress, the princely Countess of Derby, the royal queen in man, could I doubt your voice, your features for a moment, oh, forgive, forgive me!" The Countess raised the suppliant kinswoman of her husband's house with all the grace of one accustomed from early birth to receive homage and to grant protection. She kissed the Lady Peveril's forehead, and passed her hand in a caressing manner over her face, as she said, "You too are changed, my fair cousin, but it is a change becomes you, from a pretty and timid maiden to a sage and comely matron. But my own memory, which I once held a good one, has failed me strangely, if this gentleman be Sir Geoffrey Peveril." "A kind and good neighbour only, madam," said Lady Peveril. "Sir Geoffrey is at court." "I understood so much," said the Countess of Derby, "when I arrived here last night." "How, madam!" said Lady Peveril, "did you arrive at Martindale Castle, at the house of Margaret Stanley, where you have such right to command, and did not announce your presence to her?" "Oh, I know you are a dutiful subject, Margaret," answered the Countess, "though it be in these days a rare character. But it was our pleasure," she added, with a smile, "to travel incognito, and finding you engaged in general hospitality, we desired not to disturb you with our royal presence. But how and where were you lodged, madam? Said Lady Peveril, or why should you have kept secret a visit which would, if made, have augmented tenfold the happiness of every true heart that rejoiced here yesterday? My lodging was well cared for by Ellesmere, your Ellesmere now, as she was formerly mine. She has acted as quartermaster ere now, you know, and on a broader scale. You must excuse her. She had my positive order to lodge me in the most secret part of your castle. Here she pointed to the sliding panel. She obeyed orders in that, and I suppose also in sending you now hither. Indeed, I have not yet seen her, said the lady, and therefore was totally ignorant of a visit so joyful, so surprising. And I, said the Countess, was equally surprised to find none but these beautiful children in the apartment where I thought I heard you moving. Our Ellesmere has become silly. Your good nature has spoiled her. She has forgotten the discipline she learned under me. I saw her run through the wood, said the Lady Peveril, after a moment's recollection, undoubtedly to seek the person who has charge of the children, in order to remove them. Your own darlings, I doubt not, said the Countess, looking at the children. Margaret, Providence has blessed you. That is my son, said the Lady Peveril, pointing to Julian, who stood devouring their discourse with greedy ear. The little girl, I may call mine too. Major Bridgenorth, who had in the meantime again taken up his infant, and was engaged in caressing it, set it down as the Countess of Derby spoke, sighed deeply, and walked towards the oriel window. He was well aware that the ordinary rules of courtesy would have rendered it proper that he should withdraw entirely, or at least offer to do so, but he was not a man of ceremonious politeness, and he had a particular interest in the subjects on which the Countess's discourse was likely to turn, which induced him to dispense with ceremony. The ladies, indeed, seemed scarce to notice his presence. The Countess had now assumed a chair, and motioned to the Lady Peveril to sit upon a stool which was placed by her side. We will have old times once more, though there are here no roaring of rebel guns to drive you to take refuge at my side, and almost in my pocket. I have a gun, madam, said little Julian, and the park keeper is to teach me how to fire it next year. I will list you for my soldier then, said the Countess. Ladies have no soldiers, said the boy, looking wistfully at her. He has the true masculine contempt of our frail sex, I see, said the Countess. It is born with the insolent varlets of mankind, and shows itself so soon as they are out of their long clothes. Did Ellesmere never tell you of Latham House and Charlotte of Derby, my little master? 1,000,000 times, said the boy, colouring, and how the Queen of Man defended it 6 weeks against 3,000 Roundheads under Rogue Harrison the butcher. It was your mother defended Latham House, said the Countess, not I, my little soldier. Hadst thou been there, thou hadst been the best captain of the three. Do not say so, madam, said the boy, for mamma would not touch a gun for all the universe. Not I, indeed, Julian, said his mother. There I was for certain, but as useless a part of the garrison. You forget, said the Countess, you nursed our hospital, and made lint for the soldiers' wounds. But did not papa come to help you? Said Julian. Papa came at last, said the Countess, and so did Prince Rupert, but not, I think, till they were both heartily wished for. Do you remember that morning, Margaret, when the round-headed knaves that kept us pent up so long retreated without bag or baggage at the first glance of the prince's standards appearing on the hill, and how you took every high-crested captain you saw for Peveril of the Peak, that had been your partner 3 months before at the Queen's Masque. Nay, never blush for the thought of it. It was an honest affection, and though it was the music of trumpets that accompanied you both to the old chapel, which was almost entirely ruined by the enemy's bullets, and though Prince Rupert, when he gave you away at the altar, was clad in buff and bandolier, with pistols in his belt, yet I trust these warlike signs were no type of future discord. Heaven has been kind to me, said the Lady Peveril, in blessing me with an affectionate husband, and in preserving him to you, said the Countess with a deep sigh, while mine, alas, sealed with his blood his devotion to his king. Oh, had he lived to see this day! Alas, alas, that he was not permitted, answered Lady Peveril. How had that brave and noble Earl rejoiced in the unhoped-for redemption of our captivity! The Countess looked on Lady Peveril with an air of surprise. Thou hast not then heard, cousin, how it stands with our house? How indeed had my noble lord wondered, had he been told that the very monarch for whom he had laid down his noble life on the scaffold at Bolton le Moor should make it his first act of restored monarchy to complete the destruction of our property, already well nigh ruined in the royal cause, and to persecute me, his widow. You astonish me, madam, said the Lady Peveril. It cannot be that you, the wife of the gallant, the faithful, the murdered Earl, you, Countess of Derby, and Queen in man, you who took on you even the character of a soldier, and seemed a man when so many men proved women, that you should sustain evil from the event which has fulfilled, exceeded, the hopes of every faithful subject. It cannot be. Thou art as simple, I see, in this world's knowledge as ever, my fair cousin, answered the Countess. This restoration, which has given others security, has placed me in danger. This change, which relieved other royalists, scarce less zealous, I presume to think, than I, has sent me here a fugitive, and in concealment, to beg shelter and assistance from you, fair cousin. From me, answered the Lady Peveril, from me, whose youth your kindness sheltered, from the wife of Peveril, your gallant lord's companion in arms, you have a right to command everything. But alas, that you should need such assistance as I can render. Forgive me, but it seems like some ill-omened vision of the night. I listened to your words, as if I hoped to be relieved from their painful import by awaking. It is indeed a dream, a vision, said the Countess of Derby, but it needs no seer to read it. The explanation hath been long since given. Put not your faith in princes. I can soon remove your surprise. This gentleman, your friend, is doubtless honest. The Lady Peveril well knew that the Cavaliers, like other factions, usurped to themselves the exclusive denomination of the honest party, and she felt some difficulty in explaining that her visitor was not honest in that sense of the word. Had we not better retire, madam? She said to the Countess, rising, as if in order to attend her, but the Countess retained her seat. It was but a question of habit, she said. The gentleman's principles are nothing to me, for what I have to tell you is widely blazed, and I care not who hears my share of it. You remember, you must have heard, for I think Margaret Stanley would not be indifferent to my fate, that after my husband's murder at Bolton, I took up the standard which he never dropped until his death, and displayed it with my own hand in our sovereignty of man. I did indeed hear so, madam, said the Lady Peveril, and that you had bidden a bold defiance to the rebel government, even after all other parts of Britain had submitted to them. My husband, Sir Geoffrey, designed at one time to have gone to your assistance with some few followers, but we learned that the island was rendered to the Parliament party, and that you, dearest lady, were thrown into prison. But you heard not, said the Countess, how that disaster befell me. Margaret, I would have held out that island against the knaves as long as the sea continued to flow around it, till the shoals which surround it had become safe anchorage, till its precipices had melted beneath the sunshine, till of all its strong abodes and castles not one stone remained upon another, would I have defended against these villainous hypocritical rebels my dear husband's hereditary dominion. The little kingdom of man should have been yielded only when not an arm was left to wield a sword, not a finger to draw a trigger in its defence. But treachery did what force could never have done. When we had foiled various attempts upon the island by open force, treason accomplished what Blake and Lawson, with their floating castles, had found too hazardous an enterprise. A base rebel, whom we had nursed in our own bosoms, betrayed us to the enemy. This wretch was named Christian. Major Bridgenorth started and turned towards the speaker, but instantly seemed to recollect himself, and again averted his face. The Countess proceeded, without noticing the interruption, which, however, rather surprised Lady Peveril, who was acquainted with her neighbour's general habits of indifference and apathy, and therefore the more surprised at his testifying such sudden symptoms of interest. She would once again have moved the Countess to retire to another apartment, but Lady Derby proceeded with too much vehemence to endure interruption. This Christian, she said, had eaten of my lord his sovereign's bread, and drunk of his cup, even from childhood, for his fathers had been faithful servants to the house of Man and Derby. He himself had fought bravely by my husband's side, and enjoyed all his confidence, and when my princely earl was martyred by the rebels, he recommended to me, amongst other instructions communicated in the last message I received from him, to continue my confidence in Christian's fidelity. I obeyed, although I never loved the man. He was cold and phlegmatic, and utterly devoid of that sacred fire which is the incentive to noble deeds, suspected too of leaning to the cold metaphysics of Calvinistic subtlety. But he was brave, wise, and experienced, and as the event proved, possessed but too much interest with the islanders. When these rude people saw themselves without hope of relief, and pressed by a blockade which brought want and disease into their island, they began to fall off from the faith which they had hitherto shown. What, said the Lady Peveril, could they forget what was due to the widow of their benefactor? She who had shared with the generous Derby the task of bettering their condition. Do not blame them, said the Countess. The rude herd acted but according to their kind. In present distress they forgot former benefits, and nursed in their earthen hovels, with spirits suited to their dwellings, they were incapable of feeling the glory which is attached to constancy in suffering. But that Christian should have headed their revolt, that he, born a gentleman, and bred under my murdered Derby's own care in all that was chivalrous and noble, that he should have forgot 100 benefits. Why do I talk of benefits? That he should have forgotten that kindly intercourse which binds man to man far more than the reciprocity of obligation, that he should have headed the ruffians who broke suddenly into my apartment, immured me with my infants in one of my own castles, and assumed or usurped the tyranny of the island, that this should have been done by William Christian, my vassal, my servant, my friend, was a deed of ungrateful treachery, which even this age of treason will scarcely parallel." "And you were then imprisoned," said the Lady Peveril, "and in your own sovereignty." "For more than 7 years I have endured strict captivity," said the Countess. "I was indeed offered my liberty, and even some means of support, if I would have consented to leave the island, and pledge my word that I would not endeavour to repossess my son in his father's rights. But they little knew the princely house from which I sprang, and as little the royal house of Stanley which I uphold, who hope to humble Charlotte of Tremoille into so base a composition. I would rather have starved in the darkest and lowest vault of Russian castle, than have consented to aught which might diminish in 1 hair's breadth the right of my son over his father's sovereignty. And could not your firmness, in a case where hope seemed lost, induce them to be generous, and dismiss you without conditions?" "They knew me better than thou dost, wench," answered the Countess. "Once at liberty, I had not been long without the means of disturbing their usurpation, and Christian would have as soon encaged a lioness to combat with, as have given me the slightest power of returning to the struggle with him. But time had liberty and revenge in store. I had still friends and partisans in the island, though they were compelled to give way to the storm. Even among the islanders at large, most had been disappointed in the effects which they expected from the change of power. They were loaded with exactions by their new masters, their privileges were abridged, and their immunities abolished, under the pretext of reducing them to the same condition with the other subjects of the pretended republic. When the news arrived of the changes which were current in Britain, these sentiments were privately communicated to me. Calcott and others acted with great zeal and fidelity, and a rising, effected as suddenly and effectually as that which had made me a captive, placed me at liberty, and in possession of the sovereignty of man, as regent for my son, the youthful Earl of Derby. Do you think I enjoyed that sovereignty long without doing justice on that traitor Christian?" "How, madam?" said Lady Peveril, who, though she knew the high and ambitious spirit of the Countess, scarce anticipated the extremes to which it was capable of hurrying her. "Have you imprisoned Christian?" "Ay, wench, in that sure prison which felon never breaks from," answered the Countess. Bridgenorth, who had insensibly approached them, and was listening with an agony of interest which he was unable any longer to suppress, broke in with the stern exclamation, "Lady, I trust you have not dared—" The Countess interrupted him in her turn. "I know not who you are who question, and you know not me when you speak to me of that which I dare or dare not do. But you seem interested in the fate of this Christian, and you shall hear it. I was no sooner placed in possession of my rightful power than I ordered the Dempster of the island to hold upon the traitor a high court of justice, with all the formalities of the isle, as prescribed in its oldest records. The court was held in the open air, before the dempster and the keys of the island, assembled under the vaulted cope of heaven, and seated on the terrace of the Zonwald hill, where of old Druid and Scald held their courts of judgment. The criminal was heard at length in his own defence, which amounted to little more than those specious allegations of public consideration, which are ever used to colour the ugly front of treason. He was fully convicted of his crime, and he received the doom of a traitor. But which, I trust, is not yet executed, said Lady Peveril, not without an involuntary shudder. You are a fool, Margaret, said the Countess sharply. Think you I delayed such an act of justice until some wretched intrigues of the new English court might have prompted their interference? No, wench, he passed from the judgment seat to the place of execution with no farther delay than might be necessary for his soul's sake. He was shot to death by a file of musketeers in the common place of execution called Hango Hill. Bridgenorth clasped his hands together, wrung them, and groaned bitterly. As you seem interested for this criminal, added the Countess, addressing Bridgenorth, I do him but justice in repeating to you that his death was firm and manly, becoming the general tenor of his life, which, but for that gross act of traitorous ingratitude, had been fair and honourable. But what of that? The hypocrite is a saint, and the false traitor a man of honour, till opportunity, that faithful touchstone, proves their metal to be base. It is false, woman, it is false, said Bridgenorth, no longer suppressing his indignation. What means this bearing, Master Bridgenorth? said Lady Peveril, much surprised. What is this Christian to you, that you should insult the Countess of Derby under my roof? Speak not to me of countesses and of ceremonies, said Bridgenorth. Grief and anger leave me no leisure for idle observances to humour the vanity of overgrown children. O Christian, worthy, well worthy of the name thou didst bear, my friend, my brother, the brother of my blessed Alice, the only friend of my desolate estate, art thou then cruelly murdered by a female fury, who, but for thee, had deservedly paid with her own blood that of God's saints, which she, as well as her tyrant husband, had spilled like water? Yes, cruel murderess, he continued, addressing the Countess, he whom thou hast butchered in thy insane vengeance, sacrificed for many a year the dictates of his own conscience to the interest of thy family, and did not desert it till thy frantic zeal for royalty had well nigh brought to utter perdition the little community in which he was born. Even in confining thee, he acted but as the friends of the madman, who bind him with iron for his own preservation. And for thee, as I can bear witness, he was the only barrier between thee and the wrath of the Commons of England, and but for his earnest remonstrances, thou hadst suffered the penalty of thy malignancy, even like the wicked wife of Ahab. Master Bridgenorth, said the Lady Peveril, I will allow for your impatience upon hearing these unpleasing tidings, but there is neither use nor propriety in farther urging this question. If in your grief you forget other restraints, I pray you to remember that the Countess is my guest and kinswoman, and is under such protection as I can afford her. I beseech you in simple courtesy to withdraw, as what must needs be the best and most becoming course in these trying circumstances. "Nay, let him remain," said the Countess, regarding him with composure not unmingled with triumph. "I would not have it otherwise. I would not that my revenge should be summed up in the stinted gratification which Christian's death hath afforded. This man's rude and clamorous grief only proves that the retribution I have dealt has been more widely felt than by the wretched sufferer himself. I would I knew that it had but made sore as many rebel hearts as there were loyal breasts afflicted by the death of my princely Derby." "So please you, madam," said Lady Peveril, "since Master Bridgenorth hath not the manners to leave us upon my request, we will, if your ladyship lists, leave him, and retire to my apartment. Farewell, Master Bridgenorth. We will meet hereafter on better terms." "Pardon me, madam," said the Major, who had been striding hastily through the room, but now stood fast, and drew himself up, as one who has taken a resolution. "To yourself I have nothing to say but what is respectful. But to this woman I must speak as a magistrate. She has confessed a murder in my presence, the murder, too, of my brother-in-law. As a man, and as a magistrate, I cannot permit her to pass from hence, excepting under such custody as may prevent her farther flight. She has already confessed that she is a fugitive, and in search of a place of concealment, until she should be able to escape into foreign parts. Charlotte, Countess of Derby, I attach thee of the crime of which thou hast but now made thy boast." "I shall not obey your arrest," said the Countess composedly. "I was born to give, but not to receive such orders. What have your English laws to do with my acts of justice and of government within my son's hereditary kingdom? Am I not queen in man, as well as Countess of Derby? A feudatory sovereign indeed, but yet independent, so long as my dues of homage are duly discharged. What right can you assert over me?" "That given by the precepts of Scripture," answered Bridgenorth. "Whoso spilleth man's blood, by man shall his blood be spilled. Think not the barbarous privileges of ancient feudal customs will avail to screen you from the punishment due for an Englishman murdered upon pretexts inconsistent with the act of indemnity. Master Bridgenorth," said the Lady Peveril, "if by fair terms you desist not from your present purpose, I tell you that I neither dare nor will permit any violence against this honourable lady within the walls of my husband's castle. You will find yourself unable to prevent me from executing my duty, madam," said Bridgenorth, whose native obstinacy now came in aid of his grief and desire of revenge. "I am a magistrate, and act by authority." "I know not that," said Lady Peveril. "That you were a magistrate, Master Bridgenorth, under the late usurping powers, I know well, but till I hear of your having a commission in the name of the King, I now hesitate to obey you as such." "I shall stand on small ceremony," said Bridgenorth. "Were I no magistrate, every man has title to arrest for murder against the terms of the indemnities held out by the King's proclamations, and I will make my point good." "What indemnities? What proclamations?" said the Countess of Derby indignantly. "Charles Stuart may, if he pleases, and it doth seem to please him, consort with those whose hands have been red with the blood and blackened with the plunder of his father and of his loyal subjects. He may forgive them if he will, and count their deeds good service. What has that to do with this Christian's offence against me and mine? Born a Manxman, bred and nursed in the island. He broke the laws under which he lived, and died for the breach of them, after the fair trial which they allowed. Methinks, Margaret, we have enough of this peevish and foolish magistrate. I attend you to your apartment." Major Bridgenorth placed himself betwixt them and the door, in a manner which showed him determined to interrupt their passage, when the Lady Peveril, who thought she already showed more deference to him in this matter than her husband was likely to approve of, raised her voice, and called loudly on her steward Whitaker. That alert person, who had heard high talking and a female voice with which he was unacquainted, had remained for several minutes stationed in the anteroom, much afflicted with the anxiety of his own curiosity. Of course he entered in an instant. "Let 3 of the men instantly take arms," said the lady. "Bring them into the anteroom, and wait my farther orders." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 6. You shall have no worse prison than my chamber, nor jailer than myself. The Captain. The command which Lady Peveril laid on her domestics to arm themselves was so unlike the usual gentle acquiescence of her manners, that Major Bridgenorth was astonished. "How mean you, madam?" said he. "I thought myself under a friendly roof." "And you are so, Master Bridgenorth," said the Lady Peveril, without departing from the natural calmness of her voice and manner; "but it is a roof which must not be violated by the outrage of one friend against another." "It is well, madam," said Bridgenorth, turning to the door of the apartment. "The worthy Master Solsgrace has already foretold that the time was returned when high houses and proud names should be once more an excuse for the crimes of those who inhabit the one and bear the other. I believed him not, but now see he is wiser than I. Yet think not I will endure this tamely. The blood of my brother, of the friend of my bosom, shall not long call from the altar. How long, O Lord, how long? If there is one spark of justice left in this unhappy England, that proud woman and I shall meet where she can have no partial friend to protect her." So saying, he was about to leave the apartment, when Lady Peveril said, "You depart not from this place, Master Bridgenorth, unless you give me your word to renounce all purpose against the noble Countess's liberty upon the present occasion." "I would sooner," answered he, "subscribe to my own dishonour, madam, written down in express words, than to any such composition. If any man offers to interrupt me, his blood be on his own head." As Major Bridgenorth spoke, Whitaker threw open the door, and showed that, with the alertness of an old soldier who was not displeased to see things tend once more towards a state of warfare, he had got with him 4 stout fellows in the Knight of the Peak's livery, well armed with swords and carbines, buff coats, and pistols at their girdles. "I will see," said Major Bridgenorth, "if any of these men be so desperate as to stop me, a free-born Englishman, and a magistrate in the discharge of my duty." So saying, he advanced upon Whitaker and his armed assistants, with his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Do not be so desperate, Master Bridgenorth," exclaimed Lady Peveril, and added in the same moment, "Lay hold upon and disarm him, Whitaker, but do him no injury." Her commands were obeyed. Bridgenorth, though a man of moral resolution, was not one of those who undertook to cope in person with odds of a description so formidable. He half drew his sword, and offered such show of resistance as made it necessary to secure him by actual force, but then yielded up his weapon, and declared that, submitting to force which one man was unable to resist, he made those who commanded and who employed it responsible for assailing his liberty without a legal warrant. "Never mind a warrant on a pinch, Master Bridgenorth," said old Whitaker. "Sure enough, you have often acted upon a worse yourself. My lady's word is as good a warrant, sure, as old Noll's commission, and you bore that many a day, Master Bridgenorth, and moreover, you laid me in the stocks for drinking the king's health, Master Bridgenorth, and never cared a farthing about the laws of England." "Hold your saucy tongue, Whitaker," said the Lady Peveril, "and do you, Master Bridgenorth, not take it to heart that you are detained prisoner for a few hours, until the Countess of Derby can have nothing to fear from your pursuit. I could easily send an escort with her that might bid defiance to any force you could muster. But I wish, heaven knows, to bury the remembrance of old civil dissensions, not to awaken new. Once more will you think better of it, assume your sword again, and forget whom you have now seen at Martindale Castle." "Never," said Bridgenorth. "The crime of this cruel woman will be the last of human injuries which I can forget. The last thought of earthly kind which will leave me will be the desire that justice shall be done to her." "If such be your sentiments," said Lady Peveril, "though they are more allied to vengeance than to justice, I must provide for my friend's safety by putting restraint upon your person. In this room you will be supplied with every necessary of life and every convenience, and a message shall relieve your domestics of the anxiety which your absence from the hall is not unlikely to occasion. When a few hours, at most 2 days, are over, I will myself relieve you from confinement, and demand your pardon for now acting as your obstinacy compels me to do." The Major made no answer, but that he was in her hands, and must submit to her pleasure, and then turned sullenly to the window, as if desirous to be rid of their presence. The Countess and the Lady Peveril left the apartment arm in arm, and the lady issued forth her directions to Whitaker concerning the mode in which she was desirous that Bridgenorth should be guarded and treated during his temporary confinement, at the same time explaining to him that the safety of the Countess of Derby required that he should be closely watched. In all proposals for the prisoner's security, such as the regular relief of guards and the like, Whitaker joyfully acquiesced, and undertook, body for body, that he should be detained in captivity for the necessary period. But the old steward was not half so docile when it came to be considered how the captive's bedding and table should be supplied, and he thought Lady Peveril displayed a very undue degree of attention to her prisoner's comforts. "I warrant," he said, "that the cuckoldly Roundhead ate enough of our fat beef yesterday to serve him for a month, and a little fasting will do his health good. Marry, for drink, he shall have plenty of cold water to cool his hot liver, which I will be bound is still hissing with the strong liquors of yesterday. And as for bedding, there are the fine dry board, more wholesome than the wet straw I lay upon when I was in the stocks, I trow." "Whitaker," said the lady peremptorily, "I desire you to provide Master Bridgenorth's bedding and food in the way I have signified to you, and to behave yourself towards him in all civility." "Lack a day! Yes, my lady," said Whitaker, "you shall have all your directions punctually obeyed; but as an old servant, I cannot but speak my mind." The ladies retired after this conference with the steward in the antechamber, and were soon seated in another apartment, which was peculiarly dedicated to the use of the mistress of the mansion, having on the one side access to the family bedroom, and on the other to the still room which communicated with the garden. There was also a small door which, ascending a few steps, led to that balcony already mentioned that overhung the kitchen, and the same passage by a separate door admitted to the principal gallery in the chapel, so that the spiritual and temporal affairs of the castle were placed almost at once within the reach of the same regulating and directing eye. In the tapestried room from which issued these various sally-ports, the Countess and Lady Peveril were speedily seated, and the former, smiling upon the latter, said, as she took her hand, "Two things have happened to-day which might have surprised me, if anything ought to surprise me in such times. The first is, that yonder round-headed fellow should have dared to use such insolence in the house of Peveril of the Peak. If your husband is yet the same honest and downright Cavalier whom I once knew, and had chanced to be at home, he would have thrown the knave out of window. But what I wonder at still more, Margaret, is your generalship. I hardly thought you had courage sufficient to have taken such decided measures, after keeping on terms with the man so long. When he spoke of justices and warrants, you looked so overawed, that I thought I felt the clutch of the parish beadles on my shoulder, to drag me to prison as a vagrant. "We owe Master Bridgenorth some deference, my dearest lady," answered the Lady Peveril. "He has served us often and kindly in these late times, but neither he nor any one else shall insult the Countess of Derby in the house of Margaret Stanley." "Thou art become a perfect heroine, Margaret," replied the Countess. "Two sieges and alarms innumerable," said Lady Peveril, "may have taught me presence of mind. My courage is, I believe, as slender as ever." "Presence of mind is courage," answered the Countess. "Real valour consists not in being insensible to danger, but in being prompt to confront and disarm it. And we may have present occasion for all that we possess," she added, with some slight emotion, "for I hear the trampling of horses' steps on the pavement of the court." In one moment the boy Julian, breathless with joy, came flying into the room, to say that papa was returned with Lamington and Sam Brewer, and that he was himself to ride Black Hastings to the stable. In the second, the tramp of the honest knight's heavy jack-boots was heard, as, in his haste to see his lady, he ascended the staircase by 2 steps at a time. He burst into the room, his manly countenance and disordered dress showing marks that he had been riding fast, and without looking to any one else, caught his good lady in his arms, and kissed her a dozen of times. Blushing, and with some difficulty, Lady Peveril extricated herself from Sir Geoffrey's arms, and in a voice of bashful and gentle rebuke, bid him, for shame, observe who was in the room. "One," said the Countess, advancing to him, "who is right glad to see that Sir Geoffrey Peveril, though turned courtier and favourite, still values the treasure which she had some share in bestowing upon him. You cannot have forgot the raising of the Leaguer of Latham House. The noble Countess of Derby, said Sir Geoffrey, doffing his plumed hat with an air of deep deference, and kissing with much reverence the hand which she held out to him. I am as glad to see your ladyship in my poor house, as I would be to hear that they had found a vein of lead in the Brown Tor. I rode hard in the hope of being your escort through the country. I feared you might have fallen into bad hands, hearing there was a knave sent out with a warrant from the council. When heard you so, and from whom? It was from Cholmondeley of Vale Royal, said Sir Geoffrey. He is come down to make provision for your safety through Cheshire, and I promised to bring you there in safety. Prince Rupert, Ormond, and other friends do not doubt the matter will be driven to a fine, but they say the Chancellor and Harry Bennet and some others of the oversea councillors are furious at what they call a breach of the King's proclamation. Hang them, say I. They left us to bear all the beating, and now they are incensed that we should wish to clear scores with those who rode us like nightmares. What did they talk of for my chastisement? Said the Countess. I wot not, said Sir Geoffrey. Some friends, as I said, from our kind Cheshire and others, tried to bring it to a fine, but some again spoke of nothing but the Tower and a long imprisonment. I have suffered imprisonment long enough for King Charles's sake, said the Countess, and have no mind to undergo it at his hand. Besides, if I am removed from the personal superintendence of my son's dominions in Man, I know not what new usurpation may be attempted there. I must be obliged to you, cousin, to contrive that I may get in security to Vale Royal, and from thence I know I shall be guarded safely to Liverpool. You may rely on my guidance and protection, noble lady, answered her host, though you had come here at midnight, and with the rogue's head in your apron, like Judith in the Holy Apocrypha, which I joy to hear once more read in churches. Do the gentry resort much to the court? Said the lady. Ay, madam, replied Sir Geoffrey, and according to our saying, when minors do begin to bore in these parts, it is for the grace of God, and what they there may find. Meet the old Cavaliers with much countenance, continued the Countess. Faith, madam, to speak truth, replied the knight, the King hath so gracious a manner that it makes every man's hopes blossom, though we have seen but few that have ripened into fruit. You have not yourself, my cousin, answered the Countess, had room to complain of ingratitude, I trust. Few have less deserved it at the King's hand. Sir Geoffrey was unwilling, like most prudent persons, to own the existence of expectations which had proved fallacious, yet had too little art in his character to conceal his disappointment entirely. Who, I, madam? He said. Alas, what should a poor country knight expect from the King, besides the pleasure of seeing him in Whitehall once more, and enjoying his own again? And his Majesty was very gracious when I was presented, and spoke to me of Worcestershire, and of my horse Black Hastings. He had forgot his name, though. Faith, and mine too, I believe, had not Prince Rupert whispered it to him. And I saw some old friends, such as his Grace of Ormond, Sir Marmaduke Langdale, Sir Philip Musgrave, and so forth, and had a jolly rouse or two to the tune of old times. I should have thought so many wounds received, so many dangers risked, such considerable losses merited something more than a few smooth words, said the Countess. Nay, my lady, there were other friends of mine who had the same thought answered Peveril. Some were of opinion that the loss of so many 100 acres of fair land was worth some reward of honour at least, and there were who thought my descent from William the Conqueror, craving your ladyship's pardon for boasting it in your presence, would not have become a higher rank or title worse than the pedigree of some who have been promoted. But what said the witty Duke of Buckingham, forsooth, whose grandsire was a Leicestershire knight, rather poorly, and scarcely so well born as myself? Why, he said that if all of my degree who deserved well of the king in the late times were to be made peers, the House of Lords must meet upon Salisbury Plain. And that bad jest passed for a good argument, said the Countess, and well it might, where good arguments pass for bad jests. But here comes one I must be acquainted with. This was little Julian, who now re-entered the hall, leading his little sister, as if he had brought her to bear witness to the boastful tale which he told his father of his having manfully ridden Black Hastings to the stable yard alone in the saddle, and that Saunders, though he walked by the horse's head, did not once put his hand upon the rein, and Brewer, though he stood beside him, scarcely held him by the knee. The father kissed the boy heartily, and the Countess, calling him to her so soon as Sir Geoffrey had set him down, kissed his forehead also, and then surveyed all his features with a keen and penetrating eye. "He is a true Peveril," said she, "mixed as he should be with some touch of the Stanley. Cousin, you must grant me my boon, and when I am safely established and have my present affair arranged, you must let me have this little Julian of yours some time hence, to be nurtured in my house, held as my page, and the playfellow of the little Derby. I trust in heaven they will be such friends as their fathers have been, and may God send them more fortunate times." "Marry, and I thank you for the proposal with all my heart, madam," said the knight. "There are so many noble houses decayed, and so many more in which the exercise and discipline for the training of noble youths is given up and neglected, that I have often feared I must have kept Gill to be young master at home, and I have had too little nurture myself to teach him much, and so he would have been a mere hunting, hawking knight of Derbyshire. But in your ladyship's household, and with the noble young earl, he will have all, and more than all, the education which I could desire." "There shall be no distinction betwixt them, cousin," said the Countess. "Margaret Stanley's son shall be as much the object of care to me as my own, since you are kindly disposed to entrust him to my charge. You look pale, Margaret," she continued, "and the tear stands in your eye. Do not be so foolish, my love. What I ask is better than you can desire for your boy. For the house of my father, the Duke de la Tremoille, was the most famous school of chivalry in France, nor have I degenerated from him, or suffered any relaxation in that noble discipline which trained young gentlemen to do honour to their race. You can promise your Julian no such advantages, if you train him up a mere home-bred youth." "I acknowledge the importance of the favour, madam," said Lady Peveril, "and must acquiesce in what your ladyship honours us by proposing, and Sir Geoffrey approves of. But Julian is an only child, and—" "An only son," said the Countess, "but surely not an only child. You pay too high deference to our masters, the male sex, if you allow Julian to engross all your affection, and spare none for this beautiful girl." So saying, she set down Julian, and taking Alice Bridgenorth on her lap, began to caress her, and there was, notwithstanding her masculine character, something so sweet in the tone of her voice and in the cast of her features, that the child immediately smiled, and replied to her marks of fondness. This mistake embarrassed Lady Peveril exceedingly, knowing the blunt impetuosity of her husband's character, his devotion to the memory of the deceased Earl of Derby, and his corresponding veneration for his widow. She was alarmed for the consequences of his hearing the conduct of Bridgenorth that morning, and was particularly desirous that he should not learn it save from herself in private, and after due preparation. But the Countess's error led to a more precipitate disclosure. "That pretty girl, madam," answered Sir Geoffrey, "is none of ours. I wish she were. She belongs to a neighbour hard by, a good man, and to say truth, a good neighbour, though he was carried off from his allegiance in the late times by a damned Presbyterian scoundrel, who calls himself a parson, and whom I hope to fetch down from his perch presently, with a wannion to him. He has been cock of the roost long enough. There are rods in pickle to switch the Geneva cloak with. I can tell the sour-faced rogues that much. But this child is the daughter of Bridgenorth, neighbour Bridgenorth, of Moultrassy Hall." "Bridgenorth," said the Countess. "I thought I had known all the honourable names in Derbyshire. I remember nothing of Bridgenorth. But stay, was there not a sequestrator and committee man of that name? Sure it cannot be he?" Peveril took some shame to himself as he replied, "It is the very man whom your ladyship means, and you may conceive the reluctance with which I submitted to receive good offices from one of his kidney. But had I not done so, I should have scarce known how to find a roof to cover Dame Margaret's head." The Countess, as he spoke, raised the child gently from her lap, and placed it upon the carpet, though little Alice showed a disinclination to the change of place, which the Lady of Derby and Man would certainly have indulged in a child of patrician descent and loyal parentage. "I blame you not," she said. "No one knows what temptation will bring us down to. Yet I did think Peveril of the Peak would have resided in its deepest cavern, sooner than owed an obligation to a regicide." "Nay, madam," answered the knight, "my neighbour is bad enough, but not so bad as you would make him. He is but a Presbyterian, that I must confess, but not an Independent." "A variety of the same monster," said the Countess, "who hallooed while the others hunted, and bound the victim whom the Independents massacred. Betwixt such sects I prefer the Independents. They are at least bold, barefaced, merciless villains, have more of the tiger in them, and less of the crocodile. I have no doubt it was that worthy gentleman who took it upon him this morning." She stopped short, for she saw Lady Peveril was vexed and embarrassed. "I am," she said, "the most luckless of beings. I have said something, I know not what, to distress you, Margaret. Mystery is a bad thing, and betwixt us there should be none." "There is none, madam," said Lady Peveril, something impatiently. "I waited but an opportunity to tell my husband what had happened. Sir Geoffrey, Major Bridgenorth was unfortunately here when the Lady Derby and I met, and he thought it part of his duty to speak of—" "To speak of what?" said the knight, bending his brows. "You were ever something too fond, dame, of giving way to the usurpation of such people." "I only mean," said Lady Peveril, "that as the person, he to whom Lord Derby's story related, was the brother of his late lady, he threatened, but I cannot think that he was serious." "Threatened? Threatened the Lady of Derby and Man in my house, the widow of my friend, the noble Charlotte of Latham House? By heaven, the prick-eared slave shall answer it. How comes it that my knaves threw him not out of the window?" "Alas, Sir Geoffrey, you forget how much we owe him," said the lady. "Owe him!" said the knight, still more indignant, for in his singleness of apprehension he conceived that his wife alluded to pecuniary obligations. "If I do owe him some money, hath he not security for it? And must he have the right, over and above, to domineer and play the magistrate in Martindale Castle? Where is he? What have you made of him?" I must speak with him." "Be patient, Sir Geoffrey," said the Countess, who now discerned the cause of her kinswoman's apprehension, "and be assured I did not need your chivalry to defend me against this discourteous fatour, as Mort d'Arthur would have called him. I promise you my kinswoman hath fully righted my wrong, and I am so pleased to owe my deliverance entirely to her gallantry, that I charge and command you, as a true knight, not to mingle in the adventure of another." Lady Peveril, who knew her husband's blunt and impatient temper, and perceived that he was becoming angry, now took up the story, and plainly and simply pointed out the cause of Master Bridgenorth's interference. "I am sorry for it," said the knight. "I thought he had more sense, and that this happy change might have done some good upon him. But you should have told me this instantly. It consists not with my honour that he should be kept prisoner in this house, as if I feared anything he could do to annoy the noble Countess, while she is under my roof, or within 20 miles of this castle." So saying, and bowing to the Countess, he went straight to the gilded chamber, leaving Lady Peveril in great anxiety for the event of an angry meeting between a temper hasty as that of her husband, and stubborn like that of Bridgenorth. Her apprehensions were, however, unnecessary, for the meeting was not fated to take place. When Sir Geoffrey Peveril, having dismissed Whitaker and his sentinels, entered the gilded chamber, in which he expected to find his captive, the prisoner had escaped, and it was easy to see in what manner. The sliding panel had, in the hurry of the moment, escaped the memory of Lady Peveril and of Whitaker, the only persons who knew anything of it. It was probable that a chink had remained open, sufficient to indicate its existence to Bridgenorth, who, withdrawing it altogether, had found his way into the secret apartment with which it communicated, and from thence to the postern of the castle by another secret passage, which had been formed in the thickness of the wall, as is not uncommon in ancient mansions, the lords of which were liable to so many mutations of fortune, that they usually contrived to secure some lurking place and secret mode of retreat from their fortresses. That Bridgenorth had discovered and availed himself of this secret mode of retreat was evident, because the private doors communicating with the postern and the sliding panel in the gilded chamber were both left open. Sir Geoffrey returned to the ladies with looks of perplexity. While he deemed Bridgenorth within his reach, he was apprehensive of nothing he could do, for he felt himself his superior in personal strength, and in that species of courage which induces a man to rush, without hesitation, upon personal danger. But when at a distance, he had been for many years accustomed to consider Bridgenorth's power and influence as something formidable, And notwithstanding the late change of affairs, his ideas so naturally reverted to his neighbour as a powerful friend or dangerous enemy, that he felt more apprehension on the Countess's score than he was willing to acknowledge even to himself. The Countess observed his downcast and anxious brow, and requested to know if her stay there was likely to involve him in any trouble or in any danger. The trouble should be welcome, said Sir Geoffrey, and more welcome the danger, which should come on such an account. My plan was, that your ladyship should have honoured Martindale with a few days' residence, which might have been kept private until the search after you was ended. Had I seen this fellow Bridgenorth, I have no doubt I could have compelled him to act discreetly, but he is now at liberty, and will keep out of my reach. And what is worse, he has the secret of the priest's chamber. Here the knight paused, and seemed much embarrassed. You can then neither conceal nor protect me, said the Countess. Pardon, my honoured lady, answered the knight, and let me say out my say. The plain truth is, that this man hath many friends among the Presbyterians here, who are more numerous than I would wish them, and if he falls in with the pursuivant fellow who carries the warrant of the Privy Council, it is likely he will back him with force sufficient to try to execute it. And I doubt whether any of our friends can be summoned together in haste, sufficient to resist such a power as they are like to bring together. Nor would I wish any friends to take arms in my name against the King's warrant, Sir Geoffrey, said the Countess. Nay, for that matter, replied the knight, and his Majesty will grant warrants against his best friends, he must look to have them resisted. But the best I can think of in this emergence is, though the proposal be something inhospitable, that your ladyship should take presently to horse, if your fatigue will permit. I will mount also with some brisk fellows, who will lodge you safe at Vale Royal, though the sheriff stop the way with a whole posse comitatus. The Countess of Derby willingly acquiesced in this proposal. She had enjoyed a night's sound repose in the private chamber, to which Ellesmere had guided her on the preceding evening, and was quite ready to resume her route or flight. She scarce knew, she said, which of the two she should term it. Lady Peveril wept at the necessity which seemed to hurry her earliest friend and protectress from under her roof, at the instant when the clouds of adversity were gathering around her. But she saw no alternative equally safe. Nay, however strong her attachment to Lady Derby, she could not but be more readily reconciled to her hasty departure, when she considered the inconvenience and even danger in which her presence at such a time and in such circumstances was likely to involve a man so bold and hot-tempered as her husband Sir Geoffrey. While Lady Peveril, therefore, made every arrangement which time permitted and circumstances required for the Countess prosecuting her journey, her husband, whose spirits always rose with the prospect of action, issued his orders to Whitaker to get together a few stout fellows, with back and breast pieces and steel caps. There are the 2 lackeys, and Outram and Saunders, besides the other groom fellow, and Roger Rain and his son. But bid Roger not come drunk again. Thyself, young Dick of the Dale and his servant, and a file of 2 of the tenants. We shall be enough for any force they can make. All these are fellows that will strike hard, and ask no question why. Their hands are ever readier than their tongues, and their mouths are more made for drinking than speaking. Whitaker, apprised of the necessity of the case, asked if he should not warn Sir Jasper Cranborne. "Not a word to him, as you live," said the knight. "This may be an outlawry, as they call it, for what I know, and therefore I will bring no lands or tenements into peril, saving mine own. Sir Jasper hath had a troublesome time of it for many a year. By my will, he shall sit quiet for the rest of his days." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Fang. A rescue! A rescue! Mrs. Quickly. Good people, bring a rescue or two. Henry IV, Part 1. The followers of Peveril were so well accustomed to the sound of boot and saddle, that they were soon mounted and in order, and in all the form and with some of the dignity of danger, proceeded to escort the Countess of Derby through the hilly and desert tract of country which connects the frontier of the shire with the neighbouring county of Cheshire. The cavalcade moved with considerable precaution, which they had been taught by the discipline of the civil wars. One wary and well-mounted trooper rode about 200 yards in advance, followed at about half that distance by two more, with their carabines advanced as if ready for action. About 100 yards behind the advance came the main body, where the Countess of Derby, mounted on Lady Peveril's ambling palfrey, for her own had been exhausted by the journey from London to Martindale Castle, accompanied by one groom of approved fidelity, and one watching maid, was attended and guarded by the Knight of the Peak, and 3 files of good and practised horsemen. In the rear came Whitaker, with Lance Outram, as men of a special trust, to whom the covering the retreat was confided. They rode, as the Spanish proverb expresses it, with the beard on the shoulder, looking around, that is, from time to time, and using every precaution to have the speediest knowledge of any pursuit which might take place. But, however wise in discipline, Peveril and his followers were somewhat remiss in civil policy. The knight had communicated to Whitaker, though without any apparent necessity, the precise nature of their present expedition, and Whitaker was equally communicative to his comrade Lance, the keeper. "It is strange enough, Master Whitaker," said the latter, when he had heard the case, "and I wish you, being a wise man, would expound it. Why, when we have been wishing for the king, and praying for the king, and fighting for the king, and dying for the king for these 20 years, the first thing we find to do on his return is to get into harness to resist his warrant?" "Pooh, you silly fellow," said Whitaker, "that is all you know of the true bottom of our quarrel. Why, man, we fought for the king's person against his warrant all along from the very beginning, for I remember the rogues' proclamations, and so forth, always run in the name of the king and parliament." "Ay, was it even so?" replied Lance. "Nay, then, if they begin the old game so soon again, and send out warrants in the king's name against his loyal subjects, well fare our stout knight, say I, who is ready to take them down in their stalking souls. And if Bridgenorth takes the chase after us, I shall not be sorry to have a knock at him for one. Why, the man, bating he is a pestilent Roundhead and Puritan," said Whitaker, "is no bad neighbour. What has he done to thee, man?" "He has poached on the manor, answered the keeper. The devil he has, replied Whitaker. Thou must be jesting, Lance. Bridgeforth is neither hunter nor hawker. He hath not so much of honesty in him. Ay, but he runs after game you little think of, with his sour melancholy face, that would scare babes and curdle milk, answered Lance. Thou canst not mean the wenches, said Whitaker. Why, he hath been melancholy mad with moping for the death of his wife. Thou knowest our lady took the child, for fear he should strangle it, for putting him in mind of its mother in some of his tantrums. Under her favour and among friends, there are many poor Cavalier's children that care would be better bestowed upon. But to thy tale. Why, thus it runs, said Lance. I think you may have noticed, Master Whitaker, that a certain Mistress Deborah hath manifested a certain favour for a certain person in a certain household. For thyself, to wit, answered Whitaker. Lance Outram, thou art the vainest coxcomb. Coxcomb, said Lance. Why, 'twas but last night the whole family saw her, as one would say, fling herself at my head. I would she had been a brickbat then, to have broken it, for thy impertinence and conceit, said the steward. Well, but do but hearken. The next morning, that is, this very blessed morning, I thought of going to lodge a buck in the park, judging a bit of venison might be wanted in the larder after yesterday's was sale, and as I passed under the nursery window, I did but just look up to see what Madam Governant was about, and so I saw her through the casement, whip on her hood and scarf as soon as she had a glimpse of me. Immediately after I saw the still room door open, and made sure she was coming through the garden, and so over the breach and down to the park. And so thought I, aha, Mistress Deb, if you are so ready to dance after my pipe and tabor, I will give you a coranto before you shall come up with me. And so I went down Ivy Tod Dingle, where the copse is tangled and the ground swampy, and round by Haxley Bottom, thinking all the while she was following, and laughing in my sleeve at the round I was giving her. You deserved to be ducked for it, said Whitaker, for a weather-headed puppy. But what is all this jack-o'-lantern story to Bridgenorth? Why, it was all along of he, man, continued Lance, that is, of Bridgenorth, that she did not follow me. Gad, I first walked slow, and then stopped, and then turned back a little, and then began to wonder what she had made of herself, and to think I had borne myself something like a jackass in the matter. That I deny, said Whitaker. Never jackass, but would have borne him better. But go on. Why, turning my face towards the castle, I went back, as if I had my nose bleeding, when just by the Copley thorn, which stands, you know, a flight short from the postern gate, I saw Madam Deb in close conference with the enemy. What enemy? said the steward. What enemy? Why, who but Bridgenorth? They kept out of sight and among the copse, but, thought I, it is hard if I cannot stalk you, that have stalked so many bucks. If so, I had better give my shafts to be pudding pins. So I cast round the thicket to watch their waters, and may I never bend crossbow again if I did not see him give her gold and squeeze her by the hand. And was that all you saw pass between them? said the steward. Faith, and it was enough to dismount me from my hobby, said Lance. What? When I thought I had the prettiest girl in the castle dancing after my whistle, to find that she gave me the bag to hold, and was smuggling in a corner with a rich old Puritan. "Credit me, Lance, it is not as thou thinkest," said Whitaker. "Bridgenorth cares not for these amorous toys, and thou thinkest of nothing else. But it is fitting our knight should know that he has met with Deborah in secret, and given her gold, for never Puritan gave gold yet, but it was earnest for some devil's work done, or to be done." "Nay, but," said Lance, "I would not be such a dog bolt as to go and betray the girl to our master. She hath a right to follow her fancy, as the dame said who kissed her cow. Only I do not much approve her choice, that is all. He cannot be 6 years short of 50, and a verjuice countenance under the penthouse of a slouched beaver, and bag of meagre dried bones, swaddled up in a black cloak, is no such temptation, methinks." "I tell you once more," said Whitaker, "you are mistaken, and that there neither is nor can be any matter of love between them, but only some intrigue, concerning, perhaps, this same noble Countess of Derby. I tell thee, it behooves my master to know it, and I will presently tell it to him." So saying, and in spite of all the remonstrances which Lance continued to make on behalf of Mistress Deborah, the steward rode up to the main body of their little party, and mentioned to the knight and the Countess of Derby what he had just heard from the keeper, adding at the same time his own suspicions that Master Bridgenorth of Moultrassy Hall was desirous to keep up some system of espial in the castle of Martindale, either in order to secure his menaced vengeance on the Countess of Derby, as authoress of his brother-in-law's death, or for some unknown but probably sinister purpose. The Knight of the Peak was filled with high resentment at Whitaker's communication. According to his prejudices, those of the opposite faction were supposed to make up by wit and intrigue what they wanted in open force, and he now hastily conceived that his neighbour, whose prudence he always respected, and sometimes even dreaded, was maintaining for his private purposes a clandestine correspondence with a member of his family. If this was for the betrayal of his noble guest, it argued at once treachery and presumption, or, viewing the whole as Lance had done, a criminal intrigue with a woman so near the person of Lady Peveril, was in itself, he deemed, a piece of sovereign impertinence and disrespect on the part of such a person as Bridgenorth, against whom Sir Geoffrey's anger was kindled accordingly. Whitaker had scarce regained his post in the rear when he again quitted it, and galloped to the main body with more speed than before, with the unpleasing tidings that they were pursued by half a score of horsemen and better. "Ride on briskly to Hartley Neck," said the knight, "and there, with God to help, we will bide the knaves. Countess of Derby, one word, and a short one, farewell. You must ride forward with Whitaker and another careful fellow, and let me alone to see that no one treads on your skirts." "I will abide with you, and stand them," said the Countess. "You know of old I fear not to look on man's work." "You must ride on, madam," said the knight, "for the sake of the young Earl, and the rest of my noble friend's family. There is no manly work which can be worth your looking upon. It is but child's play that these fellows bring with them." As she yielded a reluctant consent to continue her flight, they reached the bottom of Hartley Neck, a pass very steep and craggy, and where the road, or rather path, which had hitherto passed over more open ground, became pent up, and confined betwixt copsewood on the one side, and on the other the precipitous bank of a mountain stream. The Countess of Derby, after an affectionate adieu to Sir Geoffrey, and having requested him to convey her kind commendations to her little page elect and his mother, proceeded up the pass at a round pace, and with her attendants and escort was soon out of sight. Immediately after she had disappeared, the pursuers came up with Sir Geoffrey Peveril, who had divided and drawn up his party so as completely to occupy the road at 3 different points. The opposite party was led, as Sir Geoffrey had expected, by Major Bridgenorth. At his side was a person in black, with a silver greyhound on his arm, and he was followed by about 8 or 10 inhabitants of the village of Martindale Moultracy, 2 or 3 of whom were officers of the peace, and others were personally known to Sir Geoffrey as favourers of the subverted government. As the party rode briskly up, Sir Geoffrey called to them to halt, and as they continued advancing, he ordered his own people to present their pistols and carabines, and after assuming that menacing attitude, he repeated, with a voice of thunder, "Halt, or we fire!" The other party halted accordingly, and Major Bridgenorth advanced, as if to parley. "Why, how now, neighbour?" said Sir Geoffrey, as if he had at that moment recognised him for the first time. "What makes you ride so sharp this morning? Are you not afraid to harm your horse or spoil your spurs?" "Sir Geoffrey," said the Major, "I have not time for jesting. I'm on the King's affairs." "Are you sure it is not upon old Noll's, neighbour? You used to hold his the better errand," said the knight, with a smile which gave occasion to a horse laugh among his followers. "Show him your warrant," said Bridgenorth to the man in black formerly mentioned, who was a pursuivant. Then taking the warrant from the officer, he gave it to Sir Geoffrey. "To this, at least, you will pay regard." "The same regard which you would have paid to it a month back or so," said the knight, tearing the warrant to shreds. "What a plague do you stare at? Do you think you have a monopoly of rebellion, and that we have not a right to show a trick of disobedience in our turn?" "Make way, Sir Geoffrey Peveril," said Bridgenorth, "or you will compel me to do that I may be sorry for. I am in this matter the avenger of the blood of one of the Lord's saints, and I will follow the chase while Heaven grants me an arm to make my way." "You shall make no way here, but at your peril," said Sir Geoffrey. "This is my ground. I have been harassed enough by these 20 years by saints, as you call yourselves. I tell you, master, you shall neither violate the security of my house, nor pursue my friends over the grounds, nor tamper, as you have done amongst my servants, with impunity. I have had you in respect for certain kind doings, which I will not either forget or deny, and you will find it difficult to make me draw a sword or bend a pistol against you. But offer any hostile movement, or presume to advance a foot, and I will make sure of you presently. And for these rascals who come hither to annoy a noble lady on my bounds, unless you draw them off, I will presently send some of them to the devil before their time." "Make room at your proper peril," said Major Bridgenorth, and he put his right hand on his holster pistol. Sir Geoffrey closed with him instantly, seized him by the collar, and spurred Black Hastings, checking him at the same time, so that the horse made a courbette, and brought the full weight of his chest against the counter of the other. A ready soldier might, in Bridgenorth's situation, have rid himself of his adversary with a bullet; but Bridgenorth's courage, notwithstanding his having served some time with the Parliament army, was rather of a civil than a military character, and he was inferior to his adversary, not only in strength and horsemanship, but also and especially in the daring and decisive resolution which made Sir Geoffrey thrust himself readily into personal contest. While therefore they tugged and grappled together upon terms which bore such little accordance with their long acquaintance and close neighbourhood, it was no wonder that Bridgenorth should be unhorsed with much violence. While Sir Geoffrey sprung from the saddle, the party of Bridgenorth advanced to rescue their leader, and that of the knight to oppose them. Swords were unsheathed, and pistols presented, but Sir Geoffrey, with the voice of a herald, commanded both parties to stand back and to keep the peace. The pursuivant took the hint, and easily found a reason for not prosecuting a dangerous duty. The warrant, he said, was destroyed. They that did it must be answerable to the council. For his part, he could proceed no farther without his commission. "Well said, and like a peaceable fellow," said Sir Geoffrey. "Let him have refreshment at the castle. His nag is surely out of condition. Come, neighbour Bridgenorth, get up, man. I trust you have had no hurt in this mad affray. I was loath to lay hand on you, man, till you plucked out your petronel." As he spoke thus, he aided the major to rise. The pursuivant, meanwhile, drew aside, and with him the constable and head borough, who were not without some tacit suspicion that though Peveril was interrupting the direct course of law in this matter, yet he was likely to have his offence considered by favourable judges, and therefore it might be as much for their interest and safety to give way as to oppose him. But the rest of the party, friends of Bridgenorth and of his principles, kept their ground notwithstanding this defection, and seemed, from their looks, sternly determined to rule their conduct by that of their leader, whatever it might be. But it was evident that Bridgenorth did not intend to renew the struggle. He shook himself rather roughly free from the hands of Sir Geoffrey Peveril, but it was not to draw his sword. On the contrary, he mounted his horse with a sullen and dejected air, and making a sign to his followers, turned back the same road which he had come. Sir Geoffrey looked after him for some minutes. "Now there goes a man," said he, "who would have been a right honest fellow had he not been a Presbyterian. But there is no hardiness about them. They can never forgive a fair fall upon the sod. They bear malice, and that I hate as I do a black cloak or a Geneva skullcap, and a pair of long ears rising on each side on it, like two chimneys at the gable ends of a thatched cottage. They are as sly as the devil to boot, and therefore, Lance Outram, take two with you, and keep after them, that they may not turn our flank, and get on the track of the Countess again after all. I had as soon they should course my lady's white tame doe," answered Lance, in the spirit of his calling. He proceeded to execute his master's orders by dogging Major Bridgenorth at a distance, and observing his course from such heights as commanded the country. But it was soon evident that no manoeuvre was intended, and that the Major was taking the direct road homeward. When this was ascertained, Sir Geoffrey dismissed most of his followers, and retaining only his own domestics, rode hastily forward to overtake the Countess. It is only necessary to say farther that he completed his purpose of escorting the Countess of Derby to Vale Royal, without meeting any further hindrance by the way. The lord of the mansion readily undertook to conduct the high-minded lady to Liverpool, and the task of seeing her safely embarked for her son's hereditary dominions, where there was no doubt of her remaining in personal safety until the accusation against her for breach of the royal indemnity by the execution of Christian could be brought to some compromise. For a length of time this was no easy matter. Clarendon, then at the head of Charles's administration, considered her rash action, though dictated by motives which the human breast must, in some respects, sympathize with, as calculated to shake the restored tranquillity of England, by exciting the doubts and jealousies of those who had to apprehend the consequences of what is called, in our own time, a reaction. At the same time, the high services of this distinguished family, the merits of the Countess herself, the memory of her gallant husband, and the very peculiar circumstances of jurisdiction, which took the case out of all common rules, pleaded strongly in her favour, and the death of Christian was at length only punished by the imposition of a heavy fine, amounting, we believe, to many £1,000, which was levied with great difficulty out of the shattered estates of the young Earl of Derby. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. My native land, good night. Byron. Lady Peveril remained in no small anxiety for several hours after her husband and the Countess had departed from Martindale Castle, more especially when she learned that Major Bridgenorth, concerning whose motions she made private inquiry, had taken horse with a party, and was gone to the westward in the same direction with Sir Geoffrey. At length her immediate uneasiness in regard to the safety of her husband and the Countess was removed by the arrival of Whitaker with her husband's commendations, and an account of the scuffle betwixt himself and Major Bridgenorth. Lady Peveril shuddered to see how nearly they had approached to renewal of the scenes of civil discord, and while she was thankful to Heaven for her husband's immediate preservation, she could not help feeling both regret and apprehension for the consequences of his quarrel with Major Bridgenorth. They had now lost an old friend, who had showed himself such under those circumstances of adversity by which friendship is most severely tried, and she could not disguise from herself that Bridgenorth, thus irritated, might be a troublesome, if not a dangerous enemy. His rights as a creditor he had hitherto used with gentleness, but if he should employ rigour, Lady Peveril, whose attention to domestic economy had made her much better acquainted with her husband's affairs than he was himself, foresaw considerable inconvenience from the measures which the law put in his power. She comforted herself with the recollection, however, that she had still a strong hold on Bridgenorth through his paternal affection, and from the fixed opinion which he had hitherto manifested, that his daughter's health could only flourish while under her charge. But any expectations of reconciliation which Lady Peveril might probably have founded on this circumstance were frustrated by an incident which took place in the course of the following morning. The governante, Mistress Deborah, who has already been mentioned, went forth as usual with the children to take their morning exercise in the park, attended by Rachel, a girl who acted occasionally as her assistant in attending upon them, but not as usual did she return. It was near the hour of breakfast, when Ellesmere, with an unwonted degree of primness in her mouth and manner, came to acquaint her lady that Mistress Deborah had not thought proper to come back from the park, though the breakfast hour approached so near. "She will come then presently," said Lady Peveril, with indifference. Ellesmere gave a short and doubtful cough, and then proceeded to say that Rachel had been sent home with little Master Julian, and that Mistress Deborah had been pleased to say she would walk on with Miss Bridgenorth as far as Moultrassy Holt, which was a point at which the property of the Major, as matters now stood, bounded that of Sir Geoffrey Peveril. "Is the wench turned silly," exclaimed the lady, something angrily, "that she does not obey my orders, and return at regular hours?" "She may be turning silly," said Ellesmere, mysteriously, "or she may be turning too sly, and I think it were as well your ladyship looked to it." "Look to what, Ellesmere?" said the lady impatiently. "You are strangely oracular this morning. If you know anything to the prejudice of this young woman, I pray you speak it out." "I prejudice!" said Ellesmere. "I scorn to prejudice man, woman, or child, in the way of a fellow servant. Only I wish your ladyship to look about you, and use your own eyes, that is all." "You bid me use my own eyes, Ellesmere, but I suspect," answered the lady, "you would be better pleased were I contented to see through your spectacles. I charge you, and you know I will be obeyed, I charge you to tell me what you know or suspect about this girl, Deborah Debich." "I see through spectacles," exclaimed the indignant Abigail. "Your ladyship will pardon me in that, for I never use them, unless a pair that belonged to my poor mother, which I put on when your ladyship wants your pinners curiously wrought. No woman above 16 ever did white seam without barnacles. And then as to suspecting, I suspect nothing. For as your ladyship hath taken Mistress Deborah Debich from under my hand, to be sure it is neither bread nor butter of mine, only," here she began to speak with her lips shut, so as scarce to permit a sound to issue, and mincing her words as if she pinched off the ends of them before she suffered them to escape, "only, madam, if Mistress Deborah goes so often of a morning to Moultrassy Holt, why, I should not be surprised if she should never find the way back again." "Once more, what do you mean, Ellesmere? You were wont to have some sense. Let me know distinctly what the matter is." "Only, madam," pursued the Abigail, "that since Bridgenorth came back from Chesterfield, and saw you at the Castle Hall, Mistress Deborah has been pleased to carry the children every morning to that place, and it has so happened that she has often met the Major, as they call him, there in his walks, for he can walk about now like other folks, and I warrant you she hath not been the worse of the meeting, one way at least, for she hath bought a new hood might serve yourself, madam. But whether she hath had anything in hand besides a piece of money, no doubt your ladyship is best judge." Lady Peveril, who readily adopted the more good-natured construction of the governant's motives, could not help laughing at the idea of a man of Bridgenorth's precise appearance, strict principles, and reserved habits, being suspected of a design of gallantry, and readily concluded that Mistress Deborah had found her advantage in gratifying his parental affection by a frequent sight of his daughter during the few days which intervened betwixt his first seeing little Alice at the castle and the events which had followed. But she was somewhat surprised when, an hour after the usual breakfast hour, during which neither the child nor Mistress Deborah appeared, Major Bridgenorth's only manservant arrived at the castle on horseback, dressed as for a journey, and having delivered a letter addressed to herself and another to Mistress Ellesmere, rode away without waiting any answer. There would have been nothing remarkable in this had any other person been concerned, but Major Bridgenorth was so very quiet and orderly in all his proceedings, so little liable to act hastily or by impulse, that the least appearance of bustle where he was concerned excited surprise and curiosity. Lady Peveril broke her letter hastily open, and found that it contained the following lines: "For the hands of the Honourable and honoured Lady Peveril, these. Madam, please it your ladyship, I write more to excuse myself to your ladyship than to accuse either you or others, in respect that I am sensible it becomes our frail nature better to confess our own imperfections than to complain of those of others. Neither do I mean to speak of past times, particularly in respect of your worthy ladyship, being sensible that if I have served you in that period when our Israel might be called triumphant, you have more than requited me in giving to my arms a child, redeemed, as it were, from the veil of the shadow of death, and therefore, as I heartily forgive to your ladyship the unkind and violent measure which you dealt to me at our last meeting, seeing that the woman who was the cause of strife is accounted one of your kindred people, I do entreat you in like manner to pardon my enticing away from your service the young woman called Deborah Debbage, whose directions is, it may be, indispensable to the health of my dearest child. I had purposed, madam, with your gracious permission, that Alice should have remained at Martindale Castle under your kind charge until she could so far discern betwixt good and evil, that it should be matter of conscience to teach her the way in which she should go, for it is not unknown to your ladyship, and in no way do I speak it reproachfully, but rather sorrowfully, that a person so excellently gifted as yourself, I mean touching natural qualities, has not yet received that true light, which is a lamp to the paths, but are contented to stumble in darkness and among the graves of dead men. It has been my prayer in the watches of the night that your ladyship should cease from the doctrine which causeth to err, but I grieve to say that our candlestick being about to be removed, the land will most likely be involved in deeper darkness than ever, and the return of the king, to which I and many looked forward as a manifestation of divine favour, seems to prove little else than a permitted triumph of the prince of the air, who setteth about to restore his Vanity Fair of bishops, deans, and such like, extruding the peaceful ministers of the word, whose labours have proved faithful to many hungry souls. So, hearing from a sure hand that commission has gone forth to restore these dumb dogs, the followers of Laud and of Williams, who were cast forth by the late Parliament, and that an act of conformity, or rather of deformity, of worship was to be expected, it is my purpose to flee from the wrath to come, and to seek some corner where I may dwell in peace, and enjoy liberty of conscience. For who would abide in the sanctuary after the carved work thereof is broken down, and when it hath been made a place for owls and satyrs of the wilderness? And herein I blame myself, madam, that I went in the singleness of my heart too readily into that carousing in the house of feasting, wherein my love of union and my desire to show respect to your ladyship were made a snare to me. but I trust it will be an atonement that I am now about to absent myself from the place of my birth and the house of my fathers, as well as from the place which holdeth the dust of those pledges of my affection. I have also to remember that in this land my honour, after the worldly estimation, hath been abated, and my utility circumscribed by your husband, Sir Geoffrey Peveril, and that without any chance of my obtaining reparation at his hand, whereby I may say the hand of a kinsman was lifted up against my credit and my life, these things are bitter to the taste of the old Adam. Wherefore, to prevent farther bickerings, and it may be bloodshed, it is better that I leave this land for a time. The affairs which remain to be settled between Sir Geoffrey and myself, I shall place in the hand of the righteous Master Joachim Win the Fight, an attorney in Chester, who will arrange them with such attention to Sir Geoffrey's convenience as justice and the due exercise of the law will permit, for as I trust I shall have grace to resist the temptation to make the weapons of carnal warfare the instruments of my revenge, so I scorn to effect it through the means of mammon, wishing, madam, that the Lord may grant you every blessing, and in especial that which is over all others, namely the true knowledge of his way. I remain your devoted servant to command, Ralph Bridgenorth. Written at Moultracy Hall, this 10th day of July, 1660. So soon as Lady Peveril had perused this long and singular homily, in which it seemed to her that her neighbour showed more spirit of religious fanaticism than she could have supposed him possessed of, she looked up and beheld Ellesmere with a countenance in which mortification and an affected air of contempt seemed to struggle together, who, tired with watching the expression of her mistress's countenance, applied for confirmation of her suspicions in plain terms. "I suppose, madam," said the waiting woman, "the fanatic fool intends to marry the wench. They say he goes to shift the country. Truly it's time indeed, for besides that the whole neighbourhood would laugh him to scorn, I should not be surprised if Lance Outram, the keeper, gave him a buck's head to bear, for that is all in the way of his office." "There is no great occasion for your spite at present, Ellesmere," replied her lady. "My letter says nothing of marriage, but it would appear that Master Bridgenorth, being to leave this country, has engaged Deborah to take care of his child, and I am sure I am heartily glad of it for the infant's sake." "And I am glad of it for my own," said Ellesmere, "and indeed for the sake of the whole house. And your ladyship thinks she is not like to be married to him? Troth, I could never see how he should be such an idiot. But perhaps she is going to do worse, for she speaks here of coming to high preferment, and that scarce comes by honest servitude nowadays. Then she writes me about sending her things, as if I were mistress of the wardrobe to her ladyship, ay, and recommends Master Julian to the care of my age and experience, forsooth, as if she needed to recommend the dear little jewel to me. And then to speak of my age, but I will bundle away her rags to the hall, with a witness." "Do it with all civility," said the lady, "and let Whitaker send her the wages for which she has served, and a broad piece over and above, for though a light-headed young woman, she was kind to the children." "I know who is kind to their servants, madam, and would spoil the best ever pinned a gown." "I spoiled a good one, Ellesmere, when I spoiled thee," said the lady. "But tell Mistress Deborah to kiss the little Alice for me, and to offer my good wishes to Major Bridgenorth, for his temporal and future happiness. She permitted no observation or reply, but dismissed her attendant without entering into farther particulars. When Ellesmere had withdrawn, Lady Peveril began to reflect, with much feeling of compassion, on the letter of Major Bridgenorth, a person in whom there were certainly many excellent qualities, but whom a series of domestic misfortunes and the increasing gloom of a sincere yet stern feeling of devotion rendered lonely and unhappy, and she had more than one anxious thought for the happiness of the little Alice, brought up, as she was likely to be, under such a father, since the removal of Bridgenorth was, on the whole, a desirable event. For while he remained at the Hall, it was but too likely that some accidental collision with Sir Geoffrey might give rise to a rencontre betwixt them, more fatal than the last had been. In the meanwhile, she could not help expressing to Dr. Dummerar her surprise and sorrow that all which she had done and attempted to establish peace and unanimity betwixt the contending factions had been perversely fated to turn out the very reverse of what she had aimed at. But for my unhappy invitation, she said, Bridgenorth would not have been at the castle on the morning which succeeded the feast, would not have seen the Countess, and would not have incurred the resentment and opposition of my husband. And but for the King's return, an event which was so anxiously expected as the termination of all our calamities, neither the noble lady nor ourselves had been engaged in this path of difficulty and danger. Honoured madam, said Dr. Dummerar, were the affairs of this world to be guided implicitly by human wisdom, or were they uniformly to fall out according to the conjectures of human foresight, events would no longer be under the domination of that time and chance which happen unto all men, since we should, in the one case, work out our own purposes to a certainty by our own skill, and in the other regulate our conduct according to the views of unerring prescience. But man is, while in this vale of tears, like an uninstructed bowler, so to speak, who thinks to attain the jack by delivering his bowl straight forward upon it, being ignorant that there is a concealed bias within the spheroid, which will make it, in all probability, swerve away and lose the cast. Having spoken this with a sententious air, the doctor took his shovel-shaped hat and went down to the Castle Green to conclude a match of bowls with Whitaker, which had probably suggested this notable illustration of the uncertain course of human events. 2 days afterwards, Sir Geoffrey arrived. He had waited at Vale Royal till he heard of the Countess's being safely embarked for Man, and then had posted homeward to his castle and Dame Margaret. On his way, he learned from some of his attendants the mode in which his lady had conducted the entertainment which she had given to the neighbourhood at his order, and notwithstanding the great deference he usually showed in cases where Lady Peveril was concerned, he heard of her liberality towards the Presbyterian party with great indignation. I could have admitted Bridgenorth, he said, for he always bore him in neighbourly and kindly fashion till this last career. I could have endured him, so he would have drunk the King's health like a true man, but to bring that snuffling scoundrel Solsgrace, with all his beggarly, long-eared congregation, to hold a conventicle in my father's house, to let them domineer it as they listed, why I would not have permitted them such liberty, when they held their head the highest. They never in the worst of times found any way into Martindale Castle but what Noll's cannon made for them, and that they should come and cant there when good King Charles is returned. By my hand, Dame Margaret shall hear of it." But notwithstanding these ireful resolutions, resentment altogether subsided in the honest knight's breast, when he saw the fair features of his lady lightened with affectionate joy at his return in safety. As he took her in his arms and kissed her, he forgave her ere he mentioned her offence. "Thou hast played the knave with me, Meg," he said, shaking his head and smiling at the same time, "and thou knowest in what manner. But I think thou art true churchwoman, and didst only act from silly womanish fancy of keeping fair with these roguish Roundheads. But let me have no more of this. I had rather Martindale Castle were again rent by their bullets than receive any of the knaves in the way of friendship. I always except Ralph Bridgenorth of the Hall, if he should come to his senses again." Lady Peveril was here under the necessity of explaining what she had heard of Master Bridgenorth, the disappearance of the governant with his daughter, and placed Bridgenorth's letter in his hand. Sir Geoffrey shook his head at first, and then laughed extremely at the idea that there was some little love intrigue between Bridgenorth and Mistress Deborah. "It is the true end of a dissenter," he said, "to marry his own maidservant or some other person's. Deborah is a good likely wench, on the merrier side of 30, as I should think." "Nay, nay," said the Lady Peveril, "you are as uncharitable as Ellesmere. I believe it is but to be affection to his child." "Pshaw, pshaw," answered the knight, "women are eternally thinking of children. But among men, dame, many one caresses the infant that he may kiss the child's maid. And where's the wonder or the harm either, if Bridgenorth should marry the wench? Her father is a substantial yeoman. His family has had the same farm since Bosworth Field. As good a pedigree as that of the great grandson of a Chesterfield brewer, I trow. But let us hear what he says for himself. I shall spell it out if there is any roguery in the letter about love and liking, though it might escape your innocence, Dame Margaret." The Knight of the Peak began to peruse the letter accordingly, but was much embarrassed by the peculiar language in which it was couched. What he means by moving of candlesticks and breaking down of carved work in the church, I cannot guess, unless he means to bring back the large silver candlesticks which my grandsire gave to be placed on the altar at Martindale Moultrassy, and which his crop-eared friends, like sacrilegious villains as they are, stole and melted down. And in like manner the only breaking I know of was when they pulled down the rails of the communion table, for which some of their fingers are hot enough by this time, and when the brass ornaments were torn down from Peveril monuments, and that was breaking and removing with a vengeance. However, dame, the upshot is, that poor Bridgenorth is going to leave the neighbourhood. I am truly sorry for it, though I never saw him oftener than once a day, and never spoke to him above 2 words. But I see how it is. That little shake by the shoulder sticks in his stomach. And yet, Meg, I did but lift him out of the saddle as I might have lifted thee into it, Margaret. I was careful not to hurt him, and I did not think him so tender in point of honour as to mind such a thing much. But I see plainly where his sore lies, and I warrant you I will manage that he stays at the Hall, and that you get back Julian's little companion. Faith, I am sorry myself at the thought of losing the baby, and of having to choose another ride when it is not hunting weather, than round by the Hall, with a word at the window." "I should be very glad, Sir Geoffrey," said the Lady Peveril, that you could come to a reconciliation with this worthy man, for such I must hold Master Bridgenorth to be. But for his dissenting principles, as good a neighbour as ever lived, said Sir Geoffrey. But I scarce see, continued the lady, any possibility of bringing about a conclusion so desirable. Tush, dame, answered the knight, thou knowest little of such matters. I know the foot he halts upon, and you shall see him go as sound as ever. Lady Peveril had, from her sincere affection and sound sense, as good a right to claim the full confidence of her husband as any woman in Derbyshire, and upon this occasion, to confess the truth, she had more anxiety to know his purpose than her sense of their mutual and separate duties permitted her in general to entertain. She could not imagine what mode of reconciliation with his neighbour, Sir Geoffrey, no very acute judge of mankind or their peculiarities, could have devised, which might not be disclosed to her, and she felt some secret anxiety lest the means resorted to might be so ill chosen as to render the breach rather wider. But Sir Geoffrey would give no opening for farther inquiry. He had been long enough colonel of a regiment abroad to value himself on the right of absolute command at home, and to all the hints which his lady's ingenuity could devise and throw out, he only answered, "Patience, Dame Margaret, patience. There is no case for thy handling. Thou shalt know enough on it by and by, dame. Go, look to Julian. Will the boy never have done crying for lack of that little sprout of a Roundhead? But we will have little Alice back with us in 2 or 3 days, and all will be well again." As the good knight spoke these words, a post winded his horn in the court, and a large packet was brought in, addressed to the worshipful Sir Geoffrey Peveril, Justice of the Peace, and so forth, for he had been placed in authority as soon as the King's restoration was put upon a settled basis. Upon opening the packet, which he did with no small feeling of importance, he found that it contained the warrant which he had solicited for replacing Dr. Dummerar in the parish, from which he had been forcibly ejected during the usurpation. Few incidents could have given more delight to Sir Geoffrey. He could forgive a stout, able-bodied sectary or nonconformist, who enforced his doctrines in the field by downright blows on the casques and cuirasses of himself and other cavaliers, but he remembered with most vindictive accuracy the triumphant entrance of Hugh Peters through the breach of his castle, and for his sake, without nicely distinguishing betwixt sects or their teachers, he held all who mounted a pulpit without warrant from the Church of England. Perhaps he might also in private accept that of Rome, to be disturbers of the public tranquillity, seducers of the congregation from their lawful preachers, instigators of the late civil war, and men well disposed to risk the fate of a new one. Then, on the other hand, besides gratifying his dislike to Solsgrace, he saw much satisfaction in the task of replacing his old friend and associate in sport and in danger, the worthy Dr. Dummerar, in his legitimate rights and in the ease and comforts of his vicarage. He communicated the contents of the packet with great triumph to the lady, who now perceived the sense of the mysterious paragraph in Major Bridgenorth's letter concerning the removal of the candlestick, and the extinction of light and doctrine in the land. She pointed this out to Sir Geoffrey, and endeavoured to persuade him that a door was now open to reconciliation with his neighbour, by executing the commission which he had received in an easy and moderate manner, after due delay, and with all respect to the feelings both of Solsgrace and his congregation, which circumstances admitted of. This, the lady argued, would be doing no injury whatever to Dr. Dummerar, nay, might be the means of reconciling many to his ministry, who might otherwise be disgusted with it for ever, by the premature expulsion of a favourite preacher. There was much wisdom as well as moderation in this advice, and at another time Sir Geoffrey would have sense enough to have adopted it. But who can act composedly or prudently in the hour of triumph? The ejection of Mr. Solsgrace was so hastily executed as to give it some appearance of persecution, though more justly considered, it was the restoring of his predecessor to his legal rights. Solsgrace himself seemed to be desirous to make his sufferings as manifest as possible. He held out to the last, and on the Sabbath, after he had received intimation of his ejection, attempted to make his way to the pulpit as usual, supported by Master Bridgenorth's attorney, win the fight, and a few zealous followers. Just as their party came into the churchyard on the one side, Dr. Dummerar, dressed in full pontificals, in a sort of triumphal procession, accompanied by Peveril of the Peak, Sir Jasper Cranborne, and other cavaliers of distinction, entered at the other. To prevent an actual struggle in the church, the parish officers were sent to prevent the farther approach of the Presbyterian minister, which was effected without farther damage than a broken head, inflicted by Roger Rain, the drunken innkeeper of the Peveril Arms, upon the Presbyterian attorney of Chesterfield. Unsubdued in spirit, though compelled to retreat by superior force, the undaunted Mr. Solsgrace retired to the vicarage, where, under some legal pretext which had been started by Mr. Winthefight, in that day unaptly named, he attempted to maintain himself, bolted gates, barred windows, and, as report said, though falsely, made provision of firearms to resist the officers. A scene of clamour and scandal accordingly took place, which being reported to Sir Geoffrey, he came in person, with some of his attendants carrying arms, forced the outer gate and inner doors of the house, and proceeding to the study, found no other garrison save the Presbyterian parson, with the attorney, who gave up possession of the premises, after making protestation against the violence that had been used. The rabble of the village being by this time all in motion, Sir Geoffrey, both in prudence and good nature, saw the propriety of escorting his prisoners, for so they might be termed, safely through the tumult, and accordingly conveyed them in person, through much noise and clamour, as far as the avenue of Moultracy Hall, which they chose for the place of their retreat. But the absence of Sir Geoffrey gave the rein to some disorders, which, if present, he would assuredly have restrained. Some of the minister's books were torn and flung about as treasonable and seditious trash by the zealous parish officers or their assistants. A quantity of his ale was drunk up in healths to the King and Peveril of the Peak, and finally the boys, who bore the ex-parson no good will for his tyrannical interference with their games at skittles, football, and so forth, and moreover remembered the unmerciful length of his sermons, dressed up an effigy with his Geneva gown and band, and his steeple-crowned hat, which they paraded through the village, and burned on the spot whilom occupied by a stately maypole, which Solsgrace had formerly hewed down with his own reverend hands. Sir Geoffrey was vexed at all this, and sent to Mr. Solsgrace, offering satisfaction for the goods which he had lost. But the Calvinistical divine replied, "From a thread to a shoe latchet, I will not take anything that is thine. Let the shame of the work of thy hands abide with thee." Considerable scandal, indeed, arose against Sir Geoffrey Peveril, as having proceeded with indecent severity and haste upon this occasion, and rumour took care to make the usual additions to the reality. It was currently reported that the desperate Cavalier, Peveril of the Peak, had fallen on a Presbyterian congregation while engaged in the peaceable exercise of religion, with a band of armed men, had slain some, desperately wounded many more, and finally pursued the preacher to his vicarage, which he burned to the ground. Some alleged the clergyman had perished in the flames, and the most mitigated report bore that he had only been able to escape by disposing his gown, cap, and band near a window, in such a manner as to deceive them with the idea of his person being still surrounded by flames, while he himself fled by the back part of the house. And although few people believed in the extent of the atrocities thus imputed to our honest Cavalier, yet still enough of obloquy attached to him to infer very serious consequences, as the reader will learn at a future period of our history. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Bessus. 'Tis a challenge, sir, is it not? Gentleman. 'Tis an inviting to the field. King and no king. For a day or two after this forcible expulsion from the vicarage, Mr. Solsgrace continued his residence at Moultrassy Hall, where the natural melancholy attendant on his situation added to the gloom of the owner of the mansion. In the morning, the ejected divine made excursions to different families in the neighbourhood, to whom his ministry had been acceptable in the days of his prosperity, and from whose grateful recollections of that period he now found sympathy and consolation. He did not require to be condoled with, because he was deprived of an easy and competent maintenance, and thrust out upon the common of life, after he had reason to suppose he would be no longer liable to such mutations of fortune. The piety of Mr. Solsgrace was sincere, and if he had many of the uncharitable prejudices against other sects, which polemical controversy had generated, and the civil war brought to a head, he had also that deep sense of duty, by which enthusiasm is so often dignified, and held his very life little, if called upon to lay it down in attestation of the doctrines in which he believed. But he was soon to prepare for leaving the district which Heaven, he conceived, had assigned to him as his corner of the vineyard. He was to abandon his flock to the wolf, was to forsake those with whom he had held sweet counsel in religious communion, was to leave the recently converted, to relapse into false doctrines, and forsake the wavering, whom his continued cares might have directed into the right path. These were of themselves deep causes of sorrow, and were aggravated, doubtless, by those natural feelings with which all men, especially those whose duties or habits have confined them to a limited circle, regard the separation from wonted scenes, and their accustomed haunts of solitary musing or social intercourse. There was, indeed, a plan of placing Mr. Solsgrace at the head of a nonconforming congregation in his present parish, which his followers would have readily consented to endow with a sufficient revenue. But although the Act for Universal Conformity was not yet passed, such a measure was understood to be impending, and there existed a general opinion among the Presbyterians that in no hands was it likely to be more strictly enforced than in those of Peveril of the Peak. Solsgrace himself considered not only his personal danger as being considerable, for assuming perhaps more consequence than was actually attached to him or his productions, he conceived the honest knight to be his mortal and determined enemy, but he also conceived that he should serve the cause of his church by absenting himself from Derbyshire. Less known pastors, he said, though perhaps more worthy of the name, may be permitted to assemble the scattered flocks in caverns or in secret wilds, and to them shall the gleaning of the grapes of Ephraim be better than the vintage of Abiezer. But I that have so often carried the banner forth against the mighty, I whose tongue hath testified morning and evening, like the watchman upon the tower, against popery, prelacy, and the tyrant of the Peak, for me to abide here were but to bring the sword of bloody vengeance amongst you, that the shepherd might be smitten, and the sheep scattered. The shedders of blood have already assailed me even within that ground which they themselves call consecrated, and yourselves have seen the scalp of the righteous broken, as he defended my cause. Therefore I will put on my sandals, and gird my loins, and depart to a far country, and there do as my duty shall call upon me, whether it be to act or to suffer, to bear testimony at the stake or in the pulpit. Such were the sentiments which Mr. Solsgrace expressed to his desponding friends, and which he expatiated upon at more length with Major Bridgenorth, not failing, with friendly zeal, to rebuke the haste which the latter had shown to thrust out the hand of fellowship to the Amalekite woman, whereby he reminded him he had been rendered her slave and bondsman for a season, like Samson, betrayed by Delilah, and might have remained longer in the house of Dagon, had not heaven pointed to him a way out of the snare. Also, it sprung originally from the Major's going up to feast in the high place of Baal, that he who was the champion of the truth was stricken down and put to shame by the enemy, even in the presence of the host. These objurgations seeming to give some offence to Major Bridgenorth, who liked, no better than any other man, to hear of his own mishaps, and at the same time to have them imputed to his own misconduct, the worthy divine proceeded to take shame to himself for his own sinful compliance in that matter, for to the vengeance justly due for that unhappy dinner at Martindale Castle, which was, he said, a crying of peace when there was no peace, and a dwelling in the tents of sin, he imputed his ejection from his living, with the destruction of some of his most pithy and highly prized volumes of divinity, with the loss of his cap, gown, and band, and a double hogshead of choice Derby ale. The mind of Major Bridgenorth was strongly tinged with devotional feeling, which his late misfortunes had rendered more deep and solemn, and it is therefore no wonder that, When he heard these arguments urged again and again by a pastor whom he so much respected, and who was now a confessor in the cause of their joint faith, he began to look back with disapproval on his own conduct, and to suspect that he had permitted himself to be seduced by gratitude towards Lady Peveril, and by her special arguments in favour of a mutual and tolerating liberality of sentiments into an action which had a tendency to compromise his religious and political principles. One morning, as Major Bridgenorth had wearied himself with several details respecting the arrangement of his affairs, he was reposing in the leathern easy-chair beside the latticed window, a posture which, by natural association, recalled to him the memory of former times, and the feelings with which he was wont to expect the recurring visit of Sir Geoffrey, who brought him news of his child's welfare. Surely, he said, thinking as it were aloud, there was no sin in the kindness with which I then regarded that man. Solsgrace, who was in the apartment, and guessed what passed through his friend's mind, acquainted as he was with every point of his history, replied, "When God caused Elijah to be fed by ravens, while hiding at the brook Cherith, we hear not of his fondling the unclean birds, whom, contrary to their ravening nature, a miracle compelled to minister to him." "It may be so," answered Bridgenorth, "yet the flap of their wings must have been gracious in the ear of the famished prophet, like the tread of his horse in mine. The ravens, doubtless, resumed their nature when the season was past, and even so it has fared with him. Hark!" he exclaimed, starting, "I hear his horse's hoof tramp even now." It was seldom that the echoes of that silent house and courtyard were awakened by the trampling of horses, but such was now the case. Both Bridgenorth and Solsgrace were surprised at the sound, and even disposed to anticipate some farther oppression on the part of the government, when the Major's old servant introduced, with little ceremony, for his manners were nearly as plain as his master's, a tall gentleman on the farther side of middle life, whose vest and cloak, long hair, slouched hat, and drooping feather, announced him as a Cavalier. He bowed formally but courteously to both gentlemen, and said that he was Sir Jasper Cranborne, charged with an especial message to Master Ralph Bridgenorth of Moultrassy Hall, by his honourable friend Sir Geoffrey Peveril of the Peak, and that he requested to know whether Master Bridgenorth would be pleased to receive his acquittal of commission here or elsewhere. "Anything which Sir Geoffrey Peveril can have to say to me," said Major Bridgenorth, "may be told instantly, and before my friend, from whom I have no secrets. The presence of any other friend were, instead of being objectionable, the thing in the world most to be desired," said Sir Jasper, after a moment's hesitation, and looking at Mr. Solsgrace; "but this gentleman seems to be a sort of clergyman." "I am not conscious of any secrets," answered Bridgenorth, "nor do I desire to have any in which a clergyman is unfitting confidant." "At your pleasure," replied Sir Jasper. "The confidence, for aught I know, may be well enough chosen, for your divines, always under your favour, have proved no enemies to such matters as I am to treat with you upon." "Proceed, sir," answered Mr. Bridgenorth gravely, "and I pray you to be seated, unless it is rather your pleasure to stand." "I must, in the first place, deliver myself of my small commission," answered Sir Jasper, drawing himself up, "and it will be after I have seen the reception thereof, that I shall know whether I am, or am not, to sit down at Moultrassy Hall. Sir Geoffrey Peveril, Master Bridgenorth, hath carefully considered with himself the unhappy circumstances which at present separate you as neighbours, and he remembers many passages in former times, I speak his very words, which incline him to do all that can possibly consist with his honour to wipe out unkindness between you, and for this desirable object he is willing to condescend in a degree which, as you could not have expected, it will no doubt give you great pleasure to learn. Allow me to say, Sir Jasper, said Bridgenorth, that this is unnecessary. I have made no complaints of Sir Geoffrey. I have required no submission from him. I am about to leave this country, and what affairs we may have together can be as well settled by others as by ourselves. In a word, said the divine, the worthy Major Bridgenorth hath had enough of trafficking with the ungodly, and will no longer, on any terms, consort with them. Gentlemen both, said Sir Jasper, with imperturbable politeness, bowing, you greatly mistake the tenor of my commission, which you will do as well to hear out, before making any reply to it. I think, Master Bridgenorth, you cannot but remember your letter to the Lady Peveril, of which I have here a rough copy, in which you complain of the hard measure which you have received at Sir Geoffrey's hand, and in particular when he pulled you from your horse at or near Hartley Nick. Now, Sir Geoffrey thinks so well of you as to believe that, were it not for the wide difference betwixt his descent and rank and your own, you would have sought to bring this matter to a gentleman-like arbitrament, as the only mode whereby your stain may be honourably wiped away. Wherefore, in this slight note, he gives you, in his generosity, the offer of what you, in your modesty, for to nothing else does he impute your acquiescence, have declined to demand of him. And withal, I bring you the measure of his weapon, and when you have accepted the cartel which I now offer you, I shall be ready to settle the time, place, and other circumstances of your meeting. And I, said Solsgrace, with a solemn voice, should the author of evil tempt my friend to accept of so bloodthirsty a proposal, would be the first to pronounce against him sentence of the greater excommunication. It is not you whom I address, reverend sir, replied the envoy. Your interest, not unnaturally, may determine you to be more anxious about your patron's life than about his honour. I must know from himself to which he is disposed to give the preference. So saying, and with a graceful bow, he again tendered the challenge to Major Bridgenorth. There was obviously a struggle in that gentleman's bosom, between the suggestions of human honour and those of religious principle, but the latter prevailed. He calmly waived receiving the paper which Sir Jasper offered to him, and spoke to the following purpose. It may not be known to you, Sir Jasper, that since the general pouring out of Christian light upon this kingdom, many solid men have been led to doubt whether the shedding human blood by the hand of a fellow creature be in any respect justifiable, and although this rule appears to me to be scarcely applicable to our state in this stage of trial, seeing that such non-resistance, if general, would surrender our civil and religious rights into the hands of whatsoever daring tyrants might usurp the same, yet I am, and have been, inclined to limit the use of carnal arms to the case of necessary self-defense, whether such regards our own person, or the protection of our country against invasion, or of our rights of property, and the freedom of our laws and of our conscience against usurping power. And as I have never shown myself unwilling to draw my sword in any of the latter causes, so you shall excuse my suffering it now to remain in the scabbard, when, having sustained a grievous injury, the man who inflicted it summons me to combat, either upon an idle punctilio, or, as is more likely, in mere bravado." "I have heard you with patience," said Sir Jasper. "And now, Master Bridgenorth, take it not amiss if I beseech you to bethink yourself better on this matter. I vow to heaven, sir, that your honour lies a-bleeding, and that in condescending to afford you this fair meeting, and thereby giving you some chance to stop its wounds, Sir Geoffrey has been moved by a tender sense of your condition, and an earnest wish to redeem your dishonour, and it will be but the crossing of your blade with his honoured sword for the space of some few minutes, and you will either live or die a noble and honoured gentleman. Besides, that the knight's exquisite skill of fence may enable him, as his good nature will incline him, to disarm you with some flesh wound, little to the damage of your person, and greatly to the benefit of your reputation." "The tender mercies of the wicked," said Master Solsgrace emphatically, by way of commenting on this speech, which Sir Jasper had uttered very pathetically, "are cruel." "I pray to have no farther interruption from your reverence," said Sir Jasper, "especially as I think this affair little concerns you, and I entreat that you permit me to discharge myself regularly of my commission from my worthy friend." So saying, he took his sheathed rapier from his belt, and passing the point through the silk thread which secured the letter, he once more, and literally at sword point, gracefully tendered it to Major Bridgenorth, who again waved it aside, though colouring deeply at the same time, as if he was putting a marked constraint upon himself, drew back, and made Sir Jasper Cranborne a deep bow. "Since it is to be thus," said Sir Jasper, "I must myself do violence to the seal of Sir Geoffrey's letter, and read it to you, that I may fully acquit myself of the charge entrusted to me, and make you, Master Bridgenorth, equally aware of the generous intentions of Sir Geoffrey on your behalf." "If," said Major Bridgenorth, "the contents of the letter be to no other purpose than you have intimated, methinks farther ceremony is unnecessary on this occasion, as I have already taken my course." "Nevertheless," said Sir Jasper, breaking open the letter, "it is fitting that I read to you the letter of my worshipful friend." And he read accordingly as follows: "For the worthy hands of Ralph Bridgenorth, Esquire, of Moultrassy Hall, these: by the honoured conveyance of the worshipful Sir Jasper Cranborne, Knight of Long Mallington. Master Bridgenorth, we have been given to understand by your letter to our loving wife, Dame Margaret Peveril, that you hold hard construction of certain passages betwixt you and I, of a late date, as if your honour should have been in some sort prejudiced by what then took place, and although you have not thought it fit to have direct recourse to me, to request such satisfaction as is due from one gentleman of condition to another, yet I am fully minded that this proceeds only from modesty, arising out of the distinction of our degree, and from no lack of that courage which you have heretofore displayed. I would I could say in a good cause. Wherefore I am purposed to give you by my friend Sir Jasper Cranborne a meeting, for the sake of doing that which doubtless you entirely long for. Sir Jasper will deliver you the length of my weapon, and appoint circumstances and an hour for our meeting, which, whether early or late, on foot or horseback, with rapier or backsword, I refer to yourself, with all the other privileges of a challenged person, only desiring that if you decline to match my weapon, you will send me forthwith the length and breadth of your own, and nothing doubting that the issue of this meeting must needs be to end, in one way or other, all unkindness betwixt two near neighbours, I remain your humble servant to command, Geoffrey Peveril of the Peak. Given from my poor house of Martindale Castle, this same date, 1660. Bear back my respects to Sir Geoffrey Peveril, said Major Bridgenorth. According to his light, his meaning may be fair towards me, but tell him that our quarrel had its rise in his own wilful aggression towards me, and that though I wish to be in charity with all mankind, I am not so wedded to his friendship as to break the laws of God, and run the risk of suffering or committing murder in order to regain it. And for you, sir, methinks your advanced years and past misfortunes might teach you the folly of coming on such idle errands. I shall do your message, Master Ralph Bridgenorth, said Sir Jasper, and shall then endeavour to forget your name, as a sound unfit to be pronounced or even remembered by a man of honour. In the meanwhile, in return for your uncivil advice, be pleased to accept of mine, namely, that as your religion prevents your giving a gentleman satisfaction, it ought to make you very cautious of offering him provocation. So saying, and with a look of haughty scorn, first at the Major, and then at the divine, the envoy of Sir Geoffrey put his hat on his head, replaced his rapier in its belt, and left the apartment. In a few minutes afterwards, the tread of his horse died away at a considerable distance. Bridgenorth had held his hand upon his brow ever since his departure, and a tear of anger and shame was on his face as he raised it when the sound was heard no more. He carries this answer to Martindale Castle, he said. Men will hereafter think of me as a whipped, beaten, dishonourable fellow, whom every one may baffle and insult at their pleasure. It is well I am leaving the house of my father. Master Solsgrace approached his friend with much sympathy, and grasped him by the hand. Noble brother, he said, with unwonted kindness of manner, though a man of peace, I can judge what this sacrifice hath cost to thy manly spirit, but God will not have from us an imperfect obedience. We must not, like Ananias and Sapphira, reserve behind some darling lust, some favourite sin, while we pretend to make sacrifice of our worldly affections. What avails it to say that we have but secreted a little matter, if the slightest remnant of the accursed thing remain hidden in our tent? Would it be a defence in thy prayers to say, I have not murdered this man for the lucre of gain, like a robber, nor for the acquisition of power, like a tyrant, nor for the gratification of revenge, like a darkened savage, but because the imperious voice of worldly honour said, Go forth, kill or be killed? Is it not that I have sent thee? Bethink thee, my worthy friend, how thou couldst frame such a vindication in thy prayers, and if thou art forced to tremble at the blasphemy of such an excuse, remember in thy prayers the thanks due to heaven, which enabled thee to resist the strong temptation. "Reverend and dear friend," answered Bridgenorth, "I feel that you speak the truth. Bitterer indeed, and harder to the old Adam, is the text which ordains him to suffer shame, than that which bids him to do valiantly for the truth. But happy am I that my path through the wilderness of this world will, for some space at least, be along with one whose zeal and friendship are so active to support me when I am fainting in the way." While the inhabitants of Moultracy Hall thus communicated together upon the purport of Sir Jasper Cranbourne's visit, that worthy knight greatly excited the surprise of Sir Geoffrey Peveril, by reporting the manner in which his embassy had been received. "I took him for a man of other metal," said Sir Geoffrey. "Nay, I would have sworn it, had any one asked my testimony. But there is no making a silken purse out of a sow's ear. I have done a folly for him that I will never do for another, and that is, to think a Presbyterian would fight without his preacher's permission. Give them a 2 hours' sermon, and let them howl a psalm to a tune that is worse than the cries of a flogged hound, and the villains will lay on like threshers. But for a calm, cool, gentlemanlike turn upon the sod, hand to hand, in a neighbourly way, they have not honour enough to undertake it. But enough of our crop-eared cur of a neighbour. Sir Jasper, you will tarry with us to dine, and see how Dame Margaret's kitchen smokes. And after dinner I will show you a long-winged falcon fly. She is not mine, but the Countess's, who brought her from London on her fist, almost the whole way, for all the haste she was in, and left her with me to keep the perch for a season." This match was soon arranged, and Dame Margaret overheard the good knight's resentment mutter itself off, with those feelings with which we listen to the last growling of the thunderstorm, which, as the black cloud sinks beneath the hill, at once assures us that there has been danger, and that the peril is over. She could not, indeed, but marvel in her own mind at the singular path of reconciliation with his neighbour which her husband had, with so much confidence, and in the actual sincerity of his goodwill to Mr. Bridgenorth, attempted to open, and she blessed God internally that it had not terminated in bloodshed. But these reflections she locked carefully within her own bosom, well knowing that they referred to subjects in which the Knight of the Peak would neither permit his sagacity to be called in question, nor his will to be controlled. The progress of the history hath hitherto been slow, but after this period so little matter worth of mark occurred at Martindale, that we must hurry over hastily the transactions of several years. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Cleopatra. Give me the drink, Mandragora, that I may sleep away this gap of time. Anthony and Cleopatra. There passed, as we hinted at the conclusion of the last chapter, 4 or 5 years after the period we have dilated upon, the events of which scarcely require to be discussed, so far as our present purpose is concerned, in as many lines. The knight and his lady continued to reside at their castle. She, with prudence and with patience, endeavoured to repair the damages which the civil wars had inflicted upon their fortune, and murmuring a little when her plans of economy were interrupted by the liberal hospitality which was her husband's principal expense, and to which he was attached, not only from his own English hardiness of disposition, but from ideas of maintaining the dignity of his ancestry, no less remarkable according to the tradition of their buttery, kitchen, and cellar, for the fat beeves which they roasted, and the mighty ale which they brewed, than for their extensive estates and the number of their retainers. The world, however, upon the whole, went happily and easily with the worthy couple. Sir Geoffrey's debt to his neighbour Bridgenorth continued, it is true, unabated, but he was the only creditor upon the Martindale estate, all others being paid off. It would have been most desirable that this encumbrance also should be cleared, and it was the great object of Dame Margaret's economy to effect the discharge, for although interest was regularly settled with Master Winthefight, the Chesterfield attorney, yet the principal sum, which was a large one, might be called for at an inconvenient time. The man, too, was gloomy, important, and mysterious, and always seemed as if he was thinking upon his broken head in the churchyard of Martindale cum Moultrassy. Dame Margaret sometimes transacted the necessary business with him in person, and when he came to the castle on these occasions, she thought she saw a malicious and disobliging expression in his manner and countenance, yet his actual conduct was not only fair but liberal, for indulgence was given in the way of delay of payment, whenever circumstances rendered it necessary to the debtor to require it. It seemed to Lady Peveril that the agent, in such cases, was acting under the strict orders of his absent employer, concerning whose welfare she could not help feeling a certain anxiety. Shortly after the failure of the singular negotiation for attaining peace by combat, which Peveril had attempted to open with Major Bridgenorth, that gentleman left his seat of Moultrassy Hall in the care of his old housekeeper, and departed, no one knew whither, having in company with him his daughter Alice and Mrs. Deborah Debich, now formally installed in all the duties of a governante. To these was added the Reverend Master Solsgrace. For some time public rumour persisted in asserting that Major Bridgenorth had only retreated to a distant part of the country for a season, to achieve his supposed purpose of marrying Mrs. Deborah, and of letting the news be cold, and the laughter of the neighbourhood be ended, ere he brought her down as mistress of Moultrassy Hall. This rumour died away, and it was then affirmed that he had removed to foreign parts to ensure the continuance of health in so delicate a constitution as that of little Alice. But when the Major's dread of popery was remembered, together with the still deeper antipathies of worthy Master Nehemiah Solsgrace, it was resolved unanimously that nothing less than what they might deem a fair chance of converting the Pope would have induced the parties to trust themselves within Catholic dominions. The most prevailing opinion was that they had gone to New England, the refuge then of many whom too intimate concern with the affairs of the late times, or the desire of enjoying uncontrolled freedom of conscience, had induced to emigrate from Britain. Lady Peveril could not help entertaining a vague idea that Bridgenorth was not so distant. The extreme order in which everything was maintained at Moultrassy Hall seemed no disparagement to the care of Dame Dickens, the housekeeper, and the other persons engaged, to argue that the master's eye was not so very far off, but that its occasional inspection might be apprehended. It is true that neither the domestics nor the attorney answered any questions respecting the residence of Master Bridgenorth, but there was an air of mystery about them, when interrogated, that seemed to argue more than met the ear. About 5 years after Master Bridgenorth had left the country, a singular incident took place. Sir Geoffrey was absent at the Chesterfield races, and Lady Peveril, who was in the habit of walking around every part of the neighbourhood unattended, or only accompanied by Ellesmere or her little boy, had gone down one evening upon a charitable errand to a solitary hut, whose inhabitant lay sick of a fever, which was supposed to be infectious. Lady Peveril never allowed apprehensions of this kind to stop devoted charitable deeds, but she did not choose to expose either her son or her attendant to the risk which she herself, in some confidence that she knew precautions for escaping the danger, did not hesitate to incur. Lady Peveril had set out at a late hour in the evening, and the way proved longer than she expected. Several circumstances also occurred to detain her at the hut of her patient. It was a broad autumn moonlight when she prepared to return homeward through the broken glades and upland which divided her from the castle. This she considered as a matter of very little importance in so quiet and sequestered a country, where the road lay chiefly through her own domains, especially as she had a lad about 15 years old, the son of her patient, to escort her on the way. The distance was better than 2 miles, but might be considerably abridged by passing through an avenue belonging to the estate of Moultrassy Hall, which she had avoided as she came, not from the ridiculous rumours which pronounced it to be haunted, but because her husband was much displeased when any attempt was made to render the walks of the castle and hall common to the inhabitants of both. The good lady, in consideration, perhaps, of extensive latitude allowed to her in the more important concerns of the family, made a point of never interfering with her husband's whims or prejudices, and it is a compromise which we would heartily recommend to all managing matrons of our acquaintance, for it is surprising how much real power will be cheerfully resigned to the fair sex for the pleasure of being allowed to ride one's hobby in peace and quiet. Upon the present occasion, however, although the Dobbies' walk was within the inhabited domains of the hall, the Lady Peveril determined to avail herself of it for the purpose of shortening her road home, and she directed her steps accordingly. But when the peasant boy, her companion, who had hitherto followed her, whistling cheerily, with a hedge-bill in his hand and his hat on one side, perceived that she turned to the stile which entered to the Dobbies' walk, he showed symptoms of great fear, and at length coming to the lady's side, petitioned her in a whimpering tone, don't ye know, my lady, don't ye go yonder." Lady Peveril, observing that his teeth chattered in his head, and that his whole person exhibited great signs of terror, began to recollect the report that the first squire of Moultrassy, the brewer of Chesterfield, who had bought the estate and then died of melancholy for lack of something to do, and, as was said, not without suspicions of suicide, was supposed to walk in this sequestered avenue, accompanied by a large headless mastiff, which, when he was alive, was a particular favourite of the ex-brewer. To have expected any protection from her escort, in the condition to which superstitious fear had reduced him, would have been truly a hopeless trust, and Lady Peveril, who was not apprehensive of any danger, thought there would be great cruelty in dragging the cowardly boy into a scene which he regarded with so much apprehension. She gave him, therefore, a silver piece, and permitted him to return. The latter boon seemed even more acceptable than the first, for ere she could return the purse, into her pocket, she heard the wooden clogs of her bold convoy in full retreat, by the way from whence they came. Smiling within herself at the fear she esteemed so ludicrous, Lady Peveril ascended the stile, and was soon hidden from the broad light of the moonbeams by the numerous and entangled boughs of the huge elms, which, meeting from either side, totally overarched the old avenue. The scene was calculated to excite solemn thoughts, and the distant glimmer of a light from one of the numerous casements in the front of Moultracy Hall, which lay at some distance, was calculated to make them even melancholy. She thought of the fate of that family, of the deceased Mrs. Bridgenorth, with whom she had often walked in this very avenue, and who, though a woman of no high parts or accomplishments, had always testified the deepest respect and the most earnest gratitude for such notice as she had shown to her. She thought of her blighted hopes, her premature death, the despair of her self-banished husband, the uncertain fate of their orphan child, for whom she felt, even at this distance of time, some touch of a mother's affection. Upon such sad subjects her thoughts were turned, when, just as she attained the middle of the avenue, the imperfect and checkered light which found its way through the sylvan archway showed her something which resembled the figure of a man. Lady Peveril paused a moment, but instantly advanced. Her bosom perhaps gave one startled throb as a debt to the superstitious belief of the times, but she instantly repelled the thought of supernatural appearances. From those that were merely mortal she had nothing to fear. A marauder on the game was the worst character whom she was likely to encounter, and he would be sure to hide himself from her observation. She advanced accordingly steadily, and as she did so, had the satisfaction to observe that the figure, as she expected, gave place to her, and glided away amongst the trees on the left-hand side of the avenue. As she passed the spot on which the form had been so lately visible, and bethought herself that this wanderer of the night might, nay, must be in her vicinity, her resolution could not prevent her mending her pace, and that with so little precaution that, stumbling over the limb of a tree which, twisted off by a late tempest, still lay in the avenue, she fell, and as she fell, screamed aloud. A strong hand in a moment afterwards added to her fears by assisting her to rise, and a voice to whose accents she was not a stranger, though they had been long unheard, said, "Is it not you, Lady Peveril?" "It is I," said she, commanding her astonishment and fear, "and if my ear deceive me not, I speak to Master Bridgenorth." "I was that man," said he, "while oppression left me a name." He spoke nothing more, but continued to walk beside her for a minute or two in silence. She felt her situation embarrassing, and to divest it of that feeling, as well as out of real interest in the question, she asked him how her goddaughter Alice now was. "Of goddaughter, madam," answered Major Bridgenorth, "I know nothing, that being one of the names which have been introduced to the corruption and pollution of God's ordinances. The infant who owed to your ladyship, so called, her escape from disease and death, is a healthy and thriving girl, as I am given to understand by those in whose charge she is lodged. For I have not lately seen her, and it is even the recollection of these passages which in a manner impelled me, alarmed also by your fall, to offer myself to you at this time and mode, which in other respects is no way consistent with my present safety." "With your safety, Master Bridgenorth?" said the Lady Peveril. "Surely I could never have thought that it was in danger. "You have some news, then, yet to learn, madam," said Major Bridgenorth, "but you will hear in the course of to-morrow reasons why I dare not appear openly in the neighbourhood of my own property, and wherefore there is small judgment in committing the knowledge of my present residence to any one connected with Martindale Castle." "Master Bridgenorth," said the lady, "you were in former times prudent and cautious. I hope you have been misled by no hasty impression, by no rash scheme. I hope—" "Pardon my interrupting you, madam," said Bridgenorth. "I have indeed been changed. Ay, my very heart within me hath been changed. In the times to which your ladyship, so called, thinks proper to refer, I was a man of this world, bestowing on it all my thoughts, all my actions, save formal observances, little deeming what was the duty of a Christian man, and how far his self-denial ought to extend, even unto giving all as if he gave nothing. Hence I thought chiefly on carnal things, on the adding of field to field, and wealth to wealth, of balancing between party and party, securing a friend here, without losing a friend there. But heaven smote me for my apostasy, the rather that I abused the name of religion as a self-seeker and a most blinded and carnal will-worshipper. But I thank him who hath at length brought me out of Egypt. In our day, although we have many instances of enthusiasm among us, we might still suspect one who avowed it thus suddenly and broadly of hypocrisy or of insanity. But according to the fashion of the times, such opinions as those which Bridgenorth expressed were openly pleaded as the ruling motives of men's actions. The sagacious Vane, the brave and skilful Harrison, were men who acted avowedly under the influence of such. Lady Peveril, therefore, was more grieved than surprised at the language she heard Major Bridgenorth use, and reasonably concluded that the society and circumstances in which he might lately have been engaged had blown into a flame the spark of eccentricity which always smouldered in his bosom. This was the more probable, considering that he was melancholy by constitution and descent, that he had been unfortunate in several particulars, and that no passion is more easily nursed by indulgence than the species of enthusiasm of which he now showed tokens. She therefore answered him by calmly hoping that the expression of his sentiments had not involved him in suspicion or in danger. "In suspicion, madam," answered the Major, "for I cannot forbear giving to you, such is the strength of habit, one of those idle titles by which we poor potsherds are wont, in our pride, to denominate each other. I walk not only in suspicion, but in that degree of danger, that were your husband to meet me at this instant, me, a native Englishman, treading on my own lands, I have no doubt he would do his best to offer me to the Moloch of Roman superstition, who now rages abroad for victims among God's people." "You surprise me by your language, Major Bridgenorth," said the lady, who now felt rather anxious to be relieved from his company, and with that purpose walked on somewhat hastily. He mended his pace, however, and kept close by her side. "Know you not," said he, "that Satan hath come down upon earth with great wrath, because his time is short? The next heir to the crown is an avowed papist, and who dare assert, save sycophants and time-servers, that he who wears it is not equally ready to stoop to Rome, where were he not kept in awe by a few noble spirits in the Commons' House? You believe not this, yet in my solitary and midnight walks, when I thought on your kindness to the dead and to the living, it was my prayer that I might have the means granted to warn you. And lo, heaven hath heard me. What I was while in the gall of bitterness and in the bond of iniquity, it signifies not to recall, answered he. I was then like to Gallio, who cared for none of these things. I doted on creature comforts. I clung to worldly honour and repute. My thoughts were earthward, or those I turned to heaven were cold, formal, pharisaical meditations. I brought nothing to the altar save straw and stubble. Heaven saw need to chastise me in love. I was stripped of all I clung to on earth. My worldly honour was torn from me. I went forth an exile from the home of my fathers, a deprived and desolate man, a baffled and beaten and dishonoured man. But who shall find out the ways of Providence? Such were the means by which I was chosen forth as a champion for the truth, holding my life as nothing, if thereby that may be advanced. But this was not what I wished to speak of. Thou hast saved the earthly life of my child. Let me save the eternal welfare of yours. Lady Peveril was silent. They were now approaching the point where the avenue terminated in a communication with a public road, or rather pathway, running through an unenclosed common field. This the lady had to prosecute for a little way, until a turn of the path gave her admittance into the park of Martindale. She now felt sincerely anxious to be in the open moonshine, and avoided reply to Bridgenorth, that she might make the more haste. But as they reached the junction of the avenue and the public road, he laid his hand on her arm, and commanded rather than requested her to stop. She obeyed. He pointed to a huge oak of the largest size, which grew on the summit of a knoll in the open ground which terminated the avenue, and was exactly so placed as to serve for a termination to the vista. The moonshine without the avenue was so strong that amidst the flood of light which it poured on the venerable tree, they could easily discover from the shattered state of the boughs on one side that it had suffered damage from lightning. Remember you, he said, when we last looked together on that tree? I had ridden from London, and brought with me a protection from the committee for your husband, and as I passed the spot, here on this spot where we now stand, you stood with my lost Alice. The last two of my beloved infants gambolled before you. I leaped from my horse. To her I was a husband, to those a father, to you a welcome and revered protector. What am I now to any one? He pressed his hand on his brow and groaned in agony of spirit. It was not in the Lady Peveril's nature to hear sorrow without an attempt at consolation. Major Bridgenorth, she said, I blame no man's creed, while I believe and follow my own, and I rejoice that in yours you have sought consolation for temporal afflictions. But does not every Christian creed teach us alike that affliction should soften our heart? Ay, woman, said Bridgenorth sternly, as the lightning which shattered yonder oak hath softened its trunk. No, the seared wood is the fitter for the use of the workmen, the hardened and the dried up heart is that which can best bear the task imposed by these dismal times. God and man will no longer endure the unbridled profligacy of the dissolute, the scoffing of the profane, the contempt of the divine laws, the infraction of human rights. The times demand righters and avengers, and there will be no want of them. I deny not the existence of much evil, said Lady Peveril, compelling herself to answer, and beginning at the same time to walk forward, and from hearsay though not, I thank heaven, from observation, I am convinced of the wild debauchery of the times. But let us trust it may be corrected without such violent remedies as you hint at. Surely the ruin of a second civil war, though I trust your thoughts go not that dreadful length, were at best a desperate alternative." "Sharp, but sure," replied Bridgenorth. "The blood of the Paschal lamb chased away the destroying angel. The sacrifices offered on the threshing floor of Arana stayed the pestilence. Fire and sword are severe remedies, but they cure and purify." "Alas, Major Bridgenorth," said the lady, "wise and moderate in your youth, can you have adopted in your advanced life the thoughts and language of those whom you yourself beheld drive themselves and the nation to the brink of ruin?" "I know not what I then was, you know not what I now am," he replied, and suddenly broke off, for they even then came forth into the open light, and it seemed as if, feeling himself under the lady's eye, he was disposed to soften his tone and his language. At the first distinct view which she had of his person, she was aware that he was armed with a short sword, a poniard, and pistols at his belt, precautions very unusual for a man who formerly had seldom, and only on days of ceremony, carried a walking rapier, though such was the habitual and constant practice of gentlemen of his station in life. There seemed also something of a more stern determination than usual in his air, which indeed had always been rather sullen than affable, and ere she could repress the sentiment, she could not help saying, "Master Bridgenorth, you are indeed changed." "You see but the outward man," he replied. "The change within is yet deeper. But it was not of myself that I desired to talk. I have already said, that as you have preserved my child from the darkness of the grave, I would willingly preserve yours from that more utter darkness, which I fear hath involved the path and walks of his father." "I must not hear this of Sir Geoffrey," said the Lady Peveril. "I must bid you farewell for the present, and when we again meet at a more suitable time, I will at least listen to your advice concerning Julian, although I should not perhaps incline to it." "That more suitable time may never come," replied Bridgenorth. "Time wans, eternity draws nigh. Hearken! It is said to be your purpose to send the young Julian to be bred up in yonder bloody island, under the hand of your kinswoman, that cruel murderess, by whom was done to death a man more worthy of vital existence than any that she can boast among her vaunted ancestry. These are current tidings. Are they true?" "I do not blame you, Master Bridgenorth, for thinking harshly of my cousin of Derby," said Lady Peveril, "nor do I altogether vindicate the rash action of which she hath been guilty. Nevertheless, in her habitation, it is my husband's opinion and my own, that Julian may be trained in the studies and accomplishments becoming his rank, along with the young Earl of Derby." "Under the curse of God and the blessing of the Pope of Rome," said Bridgenorth. "You, lady, so quick-sighted in matters of earthly prudence, are you blind to the gigantic pace at which Rome is moving to regain this country, once the richest gem in her usurped tiara? The old are seduced by gold, the youth by pleasure, the weak by flattery, cowards by fear, and the courageous by ambition. 1,000 baits for each taste, and each bait concealing the same deadly hook." "I am well aware, Master Bridgenorth," said Lady Peveril, "that my kinswoman is a Catholic, but her son is educated in the Church of England's principles, agreeably to the command of her deceased husband. "It is likely," answered Bridgenorth, "that she, who fears not shedding the blood of the righteous, whether on the field or scaffold, will regard the sanction of her promise when her religion bids her break it? Or if she does, what shall your son be the better if he remain in the mire of his father? What are your episcopal tenets but mere popery, save that ye have chosen a temporal tyrant for your pope, and substitute a mangled mass in English for that which your predecessors pronounced in Latin? But why speak I of these things to one who hath ears, indeed, and eyes, yet cannot see, listen to, or understand what is alone worthy to be heard, seen, and known? Pity that what hath been wrought so fair and exquisite in form and disposition should be yet blind, deaf, and ignorant, like the things which perish." "We shall not agree on these subjects, Master Bridgenorth," said the lady, anxious still to escape from this strange conference, though scarce knowing what to apprehend. "Once more I must bid you farewell." "Stay yet an instant," he said, again laying his hand on her arm. "I would stop you if I saw you rushing on the brink of an actual precipice. Let me prevent you from a danger still greater. How shall I work upon your unbelieving mind? Shall I tell you that the debt of bloodshed yet remains a debt to be paid by the bloody house of Derby? And wilt thou send thy son to be among those from whom it shall be exacted?" "You wish to alarm me in vain, Master Bridgenorth," answered the lady. "What penalty can be exacted from the Countess for an action, which I have already called a rash one, has been long since levied?" "You deceive yourself," retorted he sternly. "Think you a paltry sum of money, given to be wasted on the debaucheries of Charles, can atone for the death of such a man as Christian, a man precious alike to heaven and to earth? Not on such terms is the blood of the righteous to be poured forth. Every hour's delay is numbered down as adding interest to the grievous debt, which will one day be required from that bloodthirsty woman." At this moment the distant tread of horses was heard on the road on which they held this singular dialogue. Bridgenorth listened a moment, and then said, "Forget that you have seen me. Name not my name to your nearest or dearest. Lock my counsel in your breast. Profit by it, and it shall be well with you." So saying, he turned from her, and plunging through a gap in the fence, regained the cover of his own wood, along which the path still led. The noise of horses advancing at full trot now came nearer, and Lady Peveril was aware of several riders, whose forms rose indistinctly on the summit of the rising ground behind her. She became also visible to them, and one or two of the foremost made towards her at increased speed, challenging her as they advanced with the cry of "Stand! Who goes there?" The foremost who came up, however, exclaimed, "Mercy on us, if it be not my lady!" And Lady Peveril at the same moment recognised one of her own servants. Her husband rode up immediately afterwards with, "How now, Dame Margaret? What makes you abroad so far from home, and at an hour so late?" Lady Peveril mentioned her visit at the cottage, but did not think it necessary to say aught of having seen Major Bridgenorth, afraid, it may be, that her husband might be displeased with that incident. "Charity is a fine thing and a fair," answered Sir Geoffrey, "but I must tell you, you do ill, dame, to wander about the country like a quacksalver at the call of every old woman who has a colic fit, and at this time of night especially, and when the land is so unsettled besides." "I am sorry to hear that it's so," said the lady. "I had heard no such news." "News!" repeated Sir Geoffrey. Why, there has a new plot broken out among the Roundheads, worse than Venner's by a butt's length, and who should be so deep in it as our old neighbour Bridgenorth? There is search for him everywhere, and I promise you, if he is found, he is like to pay old scores." "Then I am sure I trust he will not be found," said Lady Peveril. "Do you so?" replied Sir Geoffrey. "Now I, on my part, hope that he will, for it shall not be my fault if he be not. For which effect I will presently ride down to Moultracy, and make strict search, according to my duty. There shall neither rebel nor traitor earth so near Martindale Castle, that I will assure them. And you, my lady, be pleased for once to dispense with a pillion, and get up, as you have done before, behind Saunders, who shall convey you safe home." The lady obeyed in silence. Indeed, she dared not trust her voice in an attempt to reply, so much was she disconcerted with the intelligence she had just heard. She rode behind the groom to the castle, where she awaited in great anxiety the return of her husband. He came back at length, but to her great relief, without any prisoner. He then explained more fully than his haste had before permitted, that an express had come down to Chesterfield with news from court of a proposed insurrection amongst the old Commonwealth men, especially those who had served in the army, and that Bridgenorth, said to be lurking in Derbyshire, was one of the principal conspirators. After some time, this report of a conspiracy seemed to die away like many others of that period. The warrants were recalled, but nothing more was seen or heard of Major Bridgenorth, although it is probable he might safely enough have shown himself as openly as many did who lay under the same circumstances of suspicion. About this time also, Lady Peveril, with many tears, took a temporary leave of her son Julian, who was sent, as had long been intended, for the purpose of sharing the education of the young Earl of Derby. Although the boding words of Bridgenorth sometimes occurred to Lady Peveril's mind, she did not suffer them to weigh with her in opposition to the advantages which the patronage of the Countess of Derby secured to her son. The plan seemed to be in every respect successful, and when from time to time Julian visited the house of his father, Lady Peveril had the satisfaction to see him on every occasion improved in person and in manner, as well as ardent in the pursuit of more solid acquirements. In process of time he became a gallant and accomplished youth, and travelled for some time upon the continent with the young Earl. This was the more especially necessary for the enlarging of their acquaintance with the world, because the Countess had never appeared in London or at the court of King Charles since her flight to the Isle of Man in 1660, but had resided in solitary and aristocratic state alternately on her estates in England and in that island. This had given to the education of both the young men, otherwise as excellent as the best teachers could render it, something of a narrow and restricted character. But though the disposition of the young Earl was lighter and more volatile than that of Julian, both the one and the other had profited in a considerable degree by the opportunities afforded them. It was Lady Derby's strict injunction to her son, now returning from the continent, that he should not appear at the court of Charles, but having been for some time of age, he did not think it absolutely necessary to obey her in this particular, and had remained for some time in London, partaking the pleasures of the gay court there, and with all the ardour of a young man bred up in comparative seclusion. In order to reconcile the Countess to this transgression of her authority, for he continued to entertain for her the profound respect in which he had been educated, Lord Derby agreed to make a long sojourn with her in her favourite island, which he abandoned almost entirely to her management. Julian Peveril had spent at Martindale Castle a good deal of the time which his friend had bestowed in London, and at the period to which, passing over many years, our story has arrived, as it were, per saltum, they were both living, as the Countess's guest, in the castle of Rushen, in the venerable kingdom of Man. End of chapter 10.